had this mug a long time ago.
Should I try and share my
Not today.
Yeah, you'll visually see it up there when it comes back.
Okay.
Yeah,
What mug is
it's so old to be a paper mug.
Yes. Okay.
I think that's the mug, that's the mug that Roberta Cooper drank out of.
Is it the same mug?
Okay.
I can still taste it.
Wait, and really, look, I would.
This mug a long time ago.
Can I try and?
Hi.
Poor dog.
Okay, I'm gonna-
My roommate's dog bit off a chunk of.
I just want to practice one, so go there and then how do I
Oh, no.
remind? I do this.
Oh.
No. Oh my God.
On your dog?
Not here. That happened to my dog.
All taps together.
Alt tab. Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
There we go. Alt
And then
tab.
just have
And then
your,
Well,
if you just do alt tab and go to tab, you can select it.
You've shown me this so many times and for some reason it's not one. There we go. That's.
What you want me on?
Did that work?
Office, we're usually,
I'll tell you about it.
okay.
Getting the Zoom running.
Okay, all right, so they haven't made it. yet.
Not even close, they gotta get through.
But you do have a promotion event, right?
You do have a promotion event, that's for, yeah.
It's nice cheese.
They'll probably be there.
Oh, that's good.
Like to meet them. Weeks of in-house academy and she started doing training. All right.
Did get my comments.
I got them.
Our uniforms.
They're incorporated into the slides. And where did you get them in? Oh, this morning? I haven't incorporated them into the slides. I thought that I saw you. Okay, well, you can just do your comments. Yes. I appreciate that we'll put all of that on the other first trial. Sorry, I was confused. I feel like I should not do that here.
I'm sure the tears will come at some point.
I'll take care of it.
Okay.
That's what I told my mom. So I got a low A, high C.
Like I just read between those, that range the rest of my time. Yeah.
No, somewhere.
Just so that you know you're getting your money's worth.
We have a similar shows on Saturday.
Yeah, okay. Okay, wherever.
That's good.
Checking out, you got Assistant City Manager Regina Youngblood and her
The dunks.
dogs.
Yeah. I almost wore dunks. I almost wore dunks. Almost wore them. Prices, I rented it.
Plans were you in back?
White. They're dunks jumbo.
Wow.
Sneaker hit.
Yeah.
I usually have to just click and let them.
That's perfect. And then there's.
Oh, yeah.
When you anticipate life in an apartment all day.
Regina, where do you live? Do you live in Taylor? Oh, where? So Island. You live in South Haven? Oh, that's fantastic.
Nice to treat you.
Kenneth and what?
I do.
From South Florida, for our last month, South Florida.
In
Genesis, Cedar Strawberries.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Oh, yeah, I know exactly. Oh, my God, I'm like your neighbor pretty much. Yeah, wow. Let's share this. This is the staff report for our last.
Oh, excellent. For the last meeting.
Yeah, so this is about the Redwood Street. Folks have questions about it. I just want to make sure we have the staff information.
And I just,
Yeah.
Don't get consultants to that.
Good. We're saving money.
All right. Oh, good. Chamber would like to hear that.
I mean, we have a good framework, and so it's really just sort of updating the framework and tweaking it, so.
Yeah.
It's like okay to do it
Right.
without the consultants. The balloons.
Oh.
Popping.
Freaking the cops on there.
Yeah, Logan was like ready
And I heard a child cry. Is that a child crying or?
I think that was, I think it might have been a security guard telling surprise.
Oh.
There will be a baby shower. starting on- No, actually, it's been less years.
There'll be baby shower down there?
Yeah, so you're all invited.
That big mayor. That big.
And Mary, you announced the beer festival.
And well, the mayor
beer
already
festival.
mentioned it. Go ahead, you can announce it.
Yeah,
One of
one of my friends has a beer.
We're gonna have a 2 hour break. We're having a
Yeah.
2 hour break today.
They say the kegs run out about once.
Yeah, we're gonna take a,
Two, but if you have brief comments, you could.
yes, yeah, we're gonna be very brief, very brief.
Guys, like, forgo the presentation, comments.
Yeah, very brief.
Hey, stop. I mean, are they old? Are they? Yeah, Councilwoman Rose is one, and then you could just.
I feel sorry for the child in the baby shower. They're gonna have no balloons by,
It's 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. Unless the city attorney is down there popping the balloons.
Okay, good.
No, I'm so hungry. I didn't get a chance to eat.
This is my second.
I had a meeting with committee thing this morning, so.
That's fine, you know, because it's only ice cold kegs of IPA down on B Street, but that's okay. Take your time. Take your time.
There's somebody who called me on the same
That'll take her.
about it and started to respond, like, watch.
Actually, no.
I almost did it too.
Dustin.
He is on vacation this week.
We pulled her name out of the email list. We deleted it.
From the conference.
Oh, that's right. They need something. Mr. City Attorney? Oh. I think that there's one underneath, yeah. If I need it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got the charging.
Okay. Clarification. I know we have the mics, but we also have the room mic up too, right? So-
Yes, I understand
But
we need to.
Okay, all right.
Speak right into the mic.
Oh, sure. Perfect. Yeah.
For it to be heard on the street.
Perfect. Oh, okay. All right, good morning, everybody. Today is Saturday, February 10th. Happy Lunar New Year. Today is a special city council meeting. Today we are doing priority setting and strategic roadmap work. And today is considered a retreat. And so I wanted to welcome everybody. And if you haven't already done it, if you guys can just put your phones in silent and so that I have as many distractions today. If let's see, Madam City Clerk, you can take roll call, please. Oh, no, wait, hold on a second. Call this meeting in order and I'll do the pledge of allegiance and in the pledge of allegiance today. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And then Madam City Clerk, you can please take me.
Good morning, Mary Council members. Councilmember Andrews.
Present.
Councilmember Munia Junior.
Present.
Councilmember Goldstein.
Present.
Councilmember Lynch.
Present.
Councilmember Syra. Councilmember Sermon. Mayor Solis.
Present, thank you. Next is public comments. This is reserved for anybody online or in the audience that would like to make a public comment on something that is not on the agenda. Is there anybody online?
We have one member, and I will see the hand raised.
Okay, so, and there's nobody in the room that would like to make a public comment, so I'd like to close public comments. And then we can proceed to the special work session, and I believe the city manager will. This off.
Thank you. Mary, do you want to share the? Oh, yes. You have a couple things in front of you. One is the agenda for the day today. As well as a copy of the slides, because on some of the slides, the font will get very small, and so we want to make sure you guys can read that, so. Really, there we go. So we'll go through briefly the goals for today, revisit the vision and the priority areas, talk about the feedback we heard from the council on the survey that you all completed. Thank you very much for getting that done for us. Sorry. Well, talking to the mic. Okay, perfect. There you go. Sorry. So yes, we'll go through the goals for today. Vision, revisit the vision and priority areas. Then we'll talk a little bit, because the council has asked about reporting back on the strategic roadmap and having some more public facing dashboards around that. So we've got a really cool system that we are implementing. So that'll be, we'll go through that, take a little break, and then we'll go through each of the priorities and talk about objectives, metrics, and then any special projects. And again, each of you provided feedback. And today is, there's no prioritizing, there's no choosing. This is simply just a follow-up discussion. And then we'll come back at another retreat to basically think about prioritization. And once staff has an opportunity to kind of go through everything, look at the resources needed for each of the projects. And then lastly, we wanted to just wrap up with, the council has been asking to talk about the role of boards and commissions and so how did that play into the strategic roadmap, and also just kind of goals and objectives for the boards and commissions. So we wanted to start that conversation here today. The mayor and I have been discussing a work session at the end of February to really get in more depth about just clarifying, setting the council's expectations for your boards and commissions, and just here's what we want to focus on. So we'll talk at the end of the day, we're talking a little bit about that. So next slide. We are into public comment, great. So again, today's goals, initial brainstorm from the council to the top priorities, and this will hopefully inform staff's budget requests for the coming year. And then we plan to return in March with sort of a score for each of the proposed projects, and that'll help the council quantify the complexity and the staff impact and really kind of help put some more structure around the prioritization process. So it helps us identify, you know, if there is a super complex project that requires a lot of staffing, that may mean that we don't have as much capacity within a certain department to do additional projects. And then we want to get feedback from the council on our proposed quarterly reporting structure. And then again, the initial discussion about the role of commissions. Okay, so this is what we heard from the council in terms of your goals for today. And I think really just sort of nothing that's surprising here. You know, prioritizing a safe community, get a realistic view of our priorities versus what we can really afford to do. A collaborative effort, confirm commitment to the priorities, focusing on fundamental good local government work, alignment on city priorities and initiatives, a reduction in council referrals that take us away from agreed upon priorities. And then an open-ended discussion about the city's overall health and direction. How does that inform our priorities? Have a conversation potentially about staffing and some of the impacts of, for example, the climate action plan and the rent registry, and the potential to need additional staffing. How do we prepare for that given our budget constraints? And then again, just establishing good ideas for continued improvement and growth of Hayward. So here's our timeline for this spring. We did do the budget forecasting work session on February 6th. February 10th today, we're doing the strategic roadmap session. We will hold the second work session in March for the prioritization exercise and presenting the staff analysis on the impact of any proposed new projects. And then a final third work session in April that would present the draft roadmap, final feedback, and then review of the public dashboard. Saturday, May 11th is the fiscal year 25 budget retreat. So the budget will be prepared and out to you at least a week ahead of that, hopefully further in advance than that. And then in June, adopting both the budget and the strategic roadmap. Okay, so here is what the vision has been for the roadmap. And most of you, if the next slide has the, oh, no, okay, great, yeah, that's okay. So anyway, that was the vision that we've had City of Hayward as a place where people want to be. It was a growing economy, good housing options, cradle to career educational opportunities, and an inviting downtown. It's diverse and inclusive community is well supported with robust city services, and it's kept healthy and safe through innovative programs. It continues to be a leader in climate resilience and environmental justice to prepare residents to face the impacts of climate change. City staff have what they need to thrive in their work and take pride in helping Hayward continually improve. Okay.
Good.
And then on the strategic priorities, we had the priorities that we have had on the past are grow the economy, invest in infrastructure, preserve, protect, and produce housing for all, confront climate change and champion environmental justice, strengthen organizational health. And previously we had a single priority called enhanced quality of life. And what we are proposing this year is to split that to better align with the new council committee structure so that we have cultivate vibrant neighborhoods and enhance community safety. And then again, we've got the two lenses, our racial equity lens and our education city lens, through which we look at all of the projects. Next slide. So here is, we're sort of like creating a little more process and structure so that as we're thinking about the council committees, each one of them has sort of a focus area or it aligns with the priorities on the roadmap. And so, for example, grow the economy, obviously economic development committee, and the thought process is that that committee would be a place where staff could report on work or progress on the roadmap in this particular priority area, or if there's other projects that are coming up, it could be sort of discussed or vetted at that committee. Infrastructure, invest in infrastructure, obviously the infrastructure airport committee, housing and homelessness task force, obviously with the housing priority, sustainability city with confront climate change, Budget and Finance Committee with strengthen organizational health, although there are some other initiatives other than just financial in that priority. And then the Public Safety Committee would really focus on the enhanced community safety. And then for cultivating vibrant neighborhoods, wasn't really a specific committee that focuses on that priority, but the thinking then would be that staff would provide quarterly written reports to the full council on that specific priority versus to a specific council committee. So council survey feedback. Everyone seemed to feel positive about the vision, that it still addressed what the council is trying to achieve. Couple of sort of suggested additions that we could discuss. One is that Hayward strives to be a regional leader in addressing the housing and homelessness crises. And then the second is in addition to having an inviting downtown, Hayward strives to create more vibrant neighborhoods across the city. So really making sure that we're having a focus on different parts of the community, which I think could be a good addition to help focus on some of those other areas. And then all felt, you all felt that still the right priorities and agreed with splitting quality of life into two. Just a couple thoughts under that was that making sure events, improvement districts, and points of interest are supported. What committee would those fall under? Probably economic development would be my guess, but we can have a conversation about that. And then suggestions that cultivating vibrant neighborhoods could fall under the homelessness and housing task force or under some of our various boards and commissions. So I'm gonna stop there and see if there's any thoughts or feedback about that, and if there's any thoughts about the suggested additions to the vision.
Councilor, actually today, you know what we're gonna do today?
Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen, today is gonna be first name only.
okay.
I'm used to it in school.
Just a reminder,
Oh,
everybody,
thank you. Yeah, I wanna-
you'll know,
Actually-
you'll hear it through the.
Okay, thanks.
So we're
Senior
annoying,
year.
we're reminding you, it's just because people are texting us and saying we can't hear. you. So
Okay.
I'm not trying to be annoying, but there you go.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you for this. I did want to ask about the cultivate vibrant neighborhoods and wanted to see if it can also fall into economic development committee. Just because I know we have a lot of focus on downtown, but we do hear from other parts of the community and want to make sure that they all are fully served with amenities. So I wanted to see if that was something that can be reported out there, or at least have some aspect of it reported out there.
I think that would work.
Okay, and then for events, so you're thinking possibly economic development. What about points of interest that could include public art? Because Keep Hayward Cleaning Green also does public art. So I wanted to see how those two can possibly mesh, or I'm not sure.
I think that, I mean, you're talking about placemaking and public, that seems to fall under economic development. I mean, there's not a specific staff person that is working on public art, but I think that's where it makes the most sense. In terms of,
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Zermaino, Cisco.
Thanks. Just,
Your mic.
everything's good. I like it. Yeah, and I was looking for the word safe and the vision, and it is there, so that's important. The cultivate vibrant neighborhoods. Probably can't read my mind. That's what I was thinking also under the grow the economy. And then page 5, if this were to become a public document, the suggested additions, it would say, in addition to having an inviting downtown, I would add to Tennessee Jackson Triangle, Hesperian, I would add A Street, Fort Hill, and Mission, if it becomes public. But if it's just within us, then really it's not necessary. But people need to know that we're also concerned about A Street, well, B Street, Mission.
I might suggest if the council wants to add that we just leave it as, create more vibrant neighborhoods across the city, because you don't want the vision statement to get too broad. So,
No, but it wouldn't be included in the vision statement. This particular section.
these were suggested additions. To the vision
Okay,
statement.
no, we don't want to add that, no, that's, okay, yeah, no, there's two wording. Okay, and the report, thanks.
Did you have your hand up?
No.
No, okay.
Yeah,
I was gonna, go ahead.
I mean, I'm supportive of the additions. I think it'd be nice to add a focus on housing and addressing the housing crisis into it. And I agree with city manager's recommendation saying vibrant neighborhoods across the city. Unless you want to name every street in Hayward, but that would be a little too long.
And we could say something like an inviting downtown and vibrant neighborhoods across the city.
Yeah.
As an additional phrase, because then I think it just broadens to make sure that.
Yes.
Yeah, everyone knows the council's focused on the entire community.
Yeah.
That could be a good addition.
Thanks, Mayor.
Sorry, can I pause? Why don't we all just turn our microphones on? I don't
All
think
right,
we
the
need to have
economic
them on.
development.
Just keep them on. There's
Yeah.
no, it doesn't pick up any additional
Okay.
sound, yeah.
The economic development department. I know we've had some hires over the last few months, 8 months, 9 months. And so it has sort of ramped up, right? I mean, we're now, do we know how many are in economic development now? Is there?
There's 3 and an administrative staff, so 3 professional staff and 1 administrative staff person, and then we have a consultant that's a former employee who still helps with consulting.
All right, so there's what, 6? That makes 6.
There's 5.
5,
basically,
okay.
but like 4 full-time.
Okay,
employees.
4, okay. But that's more than what we started with
No, it's the same staffing we've had for a number of years.
for number 4. Oh, okay.
We just had vacancies, so this is the first time they've been fully staffed in a while.
Oh, okay. Okay, no, that's it. And Councilmember Bonilla.
Thank you, Mayor. This is great. I love the committee alignment with the priority areas and perhaps also under strengthening organizational health could be the appointed officers committee.
Oh, that's great.
Thanks. And then I do agree with the city manager. I love the way that you said it. Inviting downtown and, vibrant neighborhoods across the city. I think that that's great. And then if there's a way to add in, because, I know that we have good housing options, but I also agree that, we just went into a homelessness, state of emergency. We're tackling it. We're being intentional about it. So if we could weave that into the vision without getting
Let
too.
us play with it. Okay, I'm not gonna the vibrant neighborhoods was easy to wordsmith on the fly. Let us play with the housing.
And we are gonna plan on doing another pre-survey, sorry to survey you guys again, but I think it's useful for you all. And so we can play with it and add that before the March meeting and you can provide, another round of comment, but we're taking notes today.
Thank you.
I have a small.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think cultivating vibrant neighborhoods fits into like a lot of different categories. And so I understand that some items should be brought before like the Economic Development Committee, but we're talking about safe streets, like that's an infrastructure question, right? And so I don't know, I'm open to trying out, like bringing it before the Economic Development Committee first, but I don't know if I want it to necessarily live there permanently. Because cultivate vibrant neighborhoods feels like more encompassing than just economic development.
Yeah, I still think it should go to full council, just aspects of it should go to.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. I just wanted to voice that. Thanks.
The other, another thing I was thinking about is, once we get a vision statement sort of, hammered out and wordsmith and everything. This should be something that should live not just with us, but live out into the community. And the more we can, get this branded and get it out into, the city. I'd like for us to sort of think about that. How can we get the vision statement out so that people know like the city that we live in, so anyways, that just came up to mind. Councilmember Bonilla.
My last recommendation on the priorities would be when we look at some of the rest of the priorities, I feel like the first word is kind of like proactive, grow, cultivate, enhance, invest. But when we talk about climate change, it seems a little reactive, like confront.
That was.
Oh my God.
Long discussion about this,
It originally was combat.
So.
I don't even think softening it, but I think something like, in our mission statement, we actually say we're gonna be a leader in climate resilience and environmental justice, we're strengthening, we're enhancing, like, I think confronting just seems reactive, so like, are we leading in, just some other word instead of confront to make us sound like, this is something we're doing. Exactly, thank you, that's my vision.
Fighting.
I see.
Yeah.
I've been to combat
Yeah.
climate
So
change.
it's very well, yeah.
I spent.
Cause you can even say like mitigate, but I think mitigate might even be too weak, you know, so anyways.
I like lead, I support lead somehow. We could, I mean, I wouldn't say lead on climate change.
Right, yeah, we.
I agree.
Climate change, but like
I know.
lead on, you know, wanting the, I don't know. we-
Yeah, I know.
Like, yeah.
What if we just switch them, champion environmental justice and confront climate change? Would that feel better?
Yeah, or champion environmental justice and climate change.
Climate change response.
Climate resiliency.
Yeah.
I just want to say for the record, Councilmember Bonilla is asking for that change.
It
I
is.
just want to. For the record,
Work on that change.
so. All right.
We have a word bank now.
Thank you.
Okay.
One more.
And then.
One
Yeah.
Mayor, were you referring that perhaps our economic development team needs another staff person? That's something that I'd like to see also, but I'm not sure if that's where you were going.
No, I was looking at how what departments are sort of growing. And I've just noticed, maybe it's just the new people that I saw,
Okay,
but,
all right.
but yeah, I mean, apparently we have 6 members on the, economic development team. But no, that's okay.
And
Thanks.
we'll talk about staff. I mean, given the city's budget situation right now, you know, obviously I have concerns about the addition of the staff that were proposed for the climate action plan. You know, the other, you know, and so I think we are looking internally at, you know, we've had some vacancies that have just been vacant for years and years and how we haven't been able to fill them or aren't filling them. And so I think looking at the spring a little differently, maybe repurposing some of those vacancies and sort of, you know, thinking about things a little differently to help. But I would just be careful to be adding a lot of new positions right now. I think we just need to be thoughtful about that.
So maybe we could work with one of those positions, be added to the economic development
Well,
team. Because that, in my mind, economic development is Hayward. Economic development in Hayward is top notch.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I didn't know where to, I was looking in the agenda. I was thinking about this morning. Been thinking about this, in fact, last month, actually. You know, in the coming year, we have a presidential election going on this time of year. And I quite frankly, and I don't know where it's gonna go, right? I'm not a, you know, fortune teller or future teller. But, you know, as we sort of look ahead, I am real concerned about what November is gonna look like and sort of what the, not for local elections, but I'm concerned about national elections. And as we sort of think about priorities, like we should really be thinking about, you know, sort of the unintended consequences or even the intended consequences of having, you know, a president in there who perhaps is counter to a lot of the values, morals, and just, you know, norms that we have in our city. So anyway, I don't know exactly how to say that sort of more articulate, but you know, I don't want to get caught by surprise come January 25 when we start to see some, you know, major cuts to national programming or to other kind of neighborhood services and stuff like that, CDBG and stuff like that. Anyway, something to think about. Okay.
Okay, I think back to the presentation. Next, I'm going to turn it over to Mary, who is going to share our new public dashboard and performance management software, which is pretty exciting. Good.
Yeah, so we were hoping to have, we had scheduled this out to have this for you today, but then after unfortunately the cybersecurity attack, we had to slow down this process for a moment. And so we will have this up by April to show you, but in the background, what's happening is we have looked at a bunch of different softwares and performance management software that we can, that CAT staff is currently uploading all of our projects to. It will be automated. It will prompt them to do quarterly status updates. It can show kind of a Gantt chart of where each project is, so that you guys can check on that yourselves without having to ask staff. Obviously, you can still ask staff, but in it, so there's a robust back end. As well as we're paying a little extra to get kind of a nicer looking dashboard. Here's just some examples from other cities, but we'll get that up by April. And then the other goal is, for example, now we're immediately working with the team in environmental services, about the climate action plan. We can put all of our plans into this software and cross-reference them so that, you know, we might have a project that is in climate action plan and the CIP and the strategic roadmap, and you can see sort of they'll cross-reference, so we can kind of start to get that alignment of understanding where the big picture is. It also allows us on the back end, if we have, if a certain like council committee wants a certain type of report with certain projects, we can customize those and do an HTML export and embed that into our website. So it has some different functionalities. We're setting that up. You'll see that in April. Happy to answer anything about what that could look like. In addition, the mayor want to say any words about this too, or Kelly? We have been going through an internal data team along with the mayor has been going through the Bloomberg data track this year. And as part of that, we filled out our initial assessment for what's called the What Works City certification, which is a fairly well-known prestigious certification around using data-driven government, using data evidence to drive decision-making. So it's we're in the beginning stages, I would say, in our assessment. It would probably be an 8-month process to get us to certification, but we have now a data team that is pulled together and is working towards that. So if you're interested in that work, happy to give a presentation to council about it. Yeah, so that's happening simultaneously. I'm not going to read through all of this. You guys all looked at the survey, thank you. But we're with the kind of thought of aligning each of these priority areas with council committees. This would be kind of what the cadence of the reporting structure would look like with the dashboard. And again, so what the dashboard does is it sends automatic quarterly emails to all project managers in the city and says it's time for you to go put your information into the dashboard or into the back of the software, which comes out the dashboard so that council, you can look at any of the different projects that you want, but then your individual committee or your committees will also get an oral update with kind of a printed out report about your particular priority. And then we'll have a full year end summary for the full council in August about what happened in the previous year. So that's that. This is just a reminder of the alignment and staff lead that will be creating these quarterly status reports out of the software that we're having. You guys all know these staff leads pretty well. For now, I'll be creating the report since I'm the lead on the dashboard for the community safety priority because we have fire and police, and so eventually the goal is to hopefully have them rotate. But since it's 2 different departments, I'll take the lead for the first few months. And then in addition, myself and probably the team who you see here today in the packet will be helping with the Vibrant Neighborhoods report for the first few months, and then we'll figure it out from there. And now I want to introduce Josephine. It's our new equity inclusion officer. She's online, and she is going to present the next 2 slides. Is there a way for us to like show her while the slides are going? No. Okay. I'm gonna unshare just for a second so you guys can see her on the screen. And then Josephine, I'll reshare the slides. There you are.
Lovely. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Hi, good morning. Thanks so much for the time. And thank you for the intro, Mary. For those, I think I've had a chance to meet you all, so it's great to see you, Mayor and Council, and my esteemed colleagues. My name is Josephine Ayankoya, and it's been about 4 weeks of joining the City of Hayward as the Equity and Inclusion Officer. So I wanted to briefly review the equity lens and what that means for how we're going to be monitoring the strategic roadmap priorities and also looking at things like how it integrates with the Racial Equity Action Plan. So the goal with the equity lens is to, as you know, build a culture of racial equity that helps ensure that the City of Hayward is meeting the needs of all its residents. So this year's work plan is really focused on, especially with myself being newer to the team and there being opportunities to revisit what we mean when we say equity lenses and equity goal and equity impacts, we want to really think about how we formalize a holistic approach. So that looks at how do we center equity throughout our system, both in the ways that we serve the community, but also among our workforce and workplace. So a lot of work looking at the approach in the context of City of Hayward systems and services and the workplace. Throughout the plan, there, as you know, are several projects already identified as having an equity lens, and will be more reviewed to understand what that means for our larger equity framework. So for example, some of the projects have an equity lens based on the demographics being served. Others maybe have a cultural, social, educational component. Others are specifically looking at how we measure the impact of equity and embed that in our operational practice. So during this next fiscal year of implementation, I'll be working with various leads across the strategic roadmap to really make sure we have solid metrics for the different components of equity work that we're trying to measure, and then also a framework for looking at our collective equity impact. And similar to the other sections of the report, we'll be having ongoing reporting, so it's really important to embed that in the existing work. So the equity report will be included in the quarterly reports that are going to council. So again, that'll be through a lot of collaboration with various leads to understand the best way to report out on the different components of equity impact for the various initiatives. There will be the annual report in July, and there'll be one specifically focused on the equity related projects and also metrics from the past year. So I'll be leading the creation of that report in collaboration with other strategic roadmap leads. I'm also available to join committee meetings as well as collaborate with individual colleagues to support any kind of project, whether it's for general updates or for advising. And the last thing I'll share, like I mentioned, is there's a need to coordinate with our racial equity action plan. I know there are some new members of council, so you all may not have all been around when in 2020, the initial racial equity action plan was adopted. It definitely is in need of a refresh. And the themes really overlap nicely with the work of the strategic roadmap. So this will be a good year to understand how that comprehensive reporting can be done by the team here. And I look forward to working with Mary on the dashboard and others to think about ways to visualize and communicate what we're doing around racial equity. I believe next we'll be talking about the educational lens. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Josephine. So very briefly, we also have the Education City lens, and our deputy director, recently promoted deputy director of library services, MZBN, will be taking the lead on providing that report. Most of their metrics are more of annual metrics, so the metrics will report on them at the end of the year, but they will be reporting on kind of special projects quarterly throughout the year, and that mostly falls under grow the economy and cultivate vibrant neighborhoods. And then we just wanted to highlight, we're going to talk about this later today, but in terms of the reporting structure, also we know that you guys want to talk about rules of commissions and kind of how, as we're thinking about how we're reporting, we want to report to commissions in some way, we not want to do that, kind of something that staff is looking for questions later today. We did not receive, everyone's felt very positive about this section of the survey, so we don't have really any comments. So we just wanted to open up to discussion now, as well as if you have any questions for Josephine or myself on where we're on the reporting.
Dan and then Dan.
So EEI is a very comprehensive area, and I'm very proud as a city that we are pursuing that. And but the use of the word racial implies a specific focus or lens. And in fact, we know in our community, because of its diversity, that there's more than just the racial component for equity. For example, in Indian communities, casteism and colorism, and even among us light-skinned folks, there are sometimes issues that are specific to groups like being Jewish and what that means. And so I understand from your perspective that DEI is all-encompassing of all of those things. But as part of your reporting, are you tracking those issues as well?
That's a great question, council member. So thank you for that. And I would say what you raised really speaks to our goal to really socialize what we talk, like what we mean when we say equity, when we say racial equity. Racial equity can be accessibility, it can be things like colorism, classism, it can be tied to things like housing as well. Oftentimes, there can be a separation of the different forms of inequity. So one of the approaches that I'm interested in our educational plan for staff and also the council is looking at how we use racial equity as a framework to understand other systems of oppression. And then with that, I think there is a need to really be very expansive in what we mean when we say that. So for example, equity can be how we engage, equity can be how we assess, it can be how we collect data, equity can be how we set metrics and a framework for continuous improvement. So I do think that it is important to be expansive with that, like you're right. And I also think that especially when we look at the ways in which intersectionality plays out to truly get to the root cause of our hardest issues, whether it's those not in service, those seeing the worst outcomes, those who are underrepresented, the individuals are not separate from their race. So I do think that there's opportunities, for example, climate equity and environmental justice. There are ways to be expansive, and I want to make sure that we are also open-minded and ways in which racial equity can be a framework. But definitely, I think if the wording is of concern, we can massage that more in the different pockets of work and be very specific on, like, again, the outcomes and who we're engaging. But just want to encourage that, you know, race is tied to all that. It helps us understand the outcomes and all that.
Just wanted to ask about GARE and the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, and how does it fit with the equity lens?
Thank you so much, Councilmember. That's a great question. So the Government Alliance for Racial Equity is a really great asset and one of the programs I'm hoping to expand a bit more here. One of the, I think, challenges generally is that there's not always time protected for staff to engage in these duties. So we may have those who can volunteer and spend extra time, but they also have their full-time workloads, often on teams that are understaffed. So I'm really interested in formalizing GARE as well to strengthen the different positions and then also look at growing that as a staff input body. So there's been some conversations already with the current chair, Nick Mullins, as well as the group to understand their existing operational structure. But I would say ideally that would be like an ambassador group where in every department of the city, we continue to grow our connections and have different staff assigned with supported time to not only socialize like racial equity training or equity assessments, but bring the local lens of like, what does racial equity and budgeting look like? What does racial equity and housing look like? What does racial equity and policing look like? So I'm hoping that GARE's a team that we continue to expand in the coming years.
And then one last question throughout the education lens. Do we have an idea of some of the metrics that we are going to be reporting out on for that?
Yeah, and some of them will be, we'll see later in the day in the priorities, but especially focusing on the sort of the number, really focusing on the number of people that we've helped through programs that either get their GEDs through library programs, or if we have internships and or partnerships through economic development. They have some ARPA money they're currently using to give tuition assistance right now. So just making sure that we're reporting to you guys all of those numbers of who we're actually helping.
Right, thanks.
Councilmember Roach.
Thank you. Just going back to the beginning of this section on the dashboard, I'm really pleased to see this coming because recently Councilmember Andrews and I had a meeting with some community members. And I think like the sort of not knowing of community members like is the problem. You know, they think nothing's happening, and to sort of have this access, I think is going to be really important that we can point to it. So go look, see what's happening, because that's sort of like the void of not knowing, I think was part of the problem when we were able to help, you know, alleviate some of that. So thank you for continuing to work on that. On the What Works City part, and looking at ways for to measure data and how the community feels about what we're doing. And kind of to the mayor's comments previously, that it might be kind of cool if we did some sort of marketing campaign on snippets of our vision statement. Just like little like blurbs that, I don't know, on like flyers around town or something.
Or we could even do like some little vignette videos, like talking about, you know, like what are some like key initiatives. We've been talking about using the city's YouTube channel a little bit more and then pushing out little sort of mini videos. We've been talking about that for a while. So I think tying it to the vision and the council's vision, I think would be, we could figure out some way to.
Yeah, we kind of started like almost, I could almost vision like lifting out that section for the vision statement for each one. So
Can't see it, but Chuck is beating good on his head.
And taking copious notes.
Yeah, so I sort of like that idea. And then finally, on the racial equity action plan, I look forward to revisiting that since I wasn't part of those discussions before. And appreciate Ms. Iankoya, is that Iankoya? Ms. Iankoya's response to Councilmember Goldstein's comments, because yeah, it's true. I mean, obviously, there's so much more going on in the world today and in our community, and I think expanding those definitions is probably a great discussion for us to have going forward. So thank you, Mark.
I'm a big fan of this section. I think the dashboard's gonna go a long way for resident transparency and also just transparency amongst ourselves and how much progress we're making on each of our strategic goals. I'm really excited to see how we're applying the equity lens this time around. I think I've been a little confused around our lenses in the past. So Josephine, I'm really excited you're on board, and I'm really excited to see the way that we're weaving equity into our goals really intentionally. And I'm excited to see what that looks like when it plays out. I did have a question around the education city lens for the mayor. I know that you've been meeting with the heads of Chabot College, Cal State East Bay. So I guess I'm curious, what is your take on these work projects? I know on your latest post, you had like a working agenda that y'all were setting up. I guess I just love to hear your take on this. So your initiative.
Well, so we've been doing, so there's been a couple things going on. One, I wanted to acknowledge Mary and her team, and also the library, because they were working real close with the Hayward Promise neighborhood, and a lot of the metrics are, well, some of the metrics are coming out of the outcomes from Hayward Promise neighborhood and so forth. So there's that. So there is the, looking at how many people served from programs and services. Okay. Now, one of the things that we're talking to, I have formed a education city working group with the president of Cal State and Chabot and the superintendent and myself. And also with the city manager. And what we're doing is that we're looking at really a policy agenda that that Cal State, Chabot College, Hayward Unified, and the city can sort of be aligned on.
Yeah.
And how we're going to generate that policy agenda. And the good news is that our last meeting last week, we have now sort of have hammered down a conference agenda. We do plan on having a conference in the fall where we're gonna bring in, policymakers, developers, economic development experts to come in and really look at sort of the city of Hayward and generate that agenda. So that's sort of a high level where we're going.
So next year we'll see some projects maybe make its way.
So, and one of the projects, and just kind of give you, and I don't know if I'm presenting too much too soon. But one of the projects we're talking about is what we want to do is we want to identify a development project. And we want to find a way to build what we're calling an education city village or an education village, where it's a multi-use development, where it's got housing, workforce housing, economic to commercial, childcare, and et cetera. And if all three, perhaps four agencies can all get together and build something, then, we feel accomplished, right? And so that's sort of where we're going. We do have some sites we're looking at right now,
Yeah, gotcha. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the goals we're looking at for this year reflects kind of this vision or direction you had in mind. So it sounds like we'll see something a bit more concrete and physical in the next year.
Yeah, right now, the programs and services, and then by the end of the year, we're gonna start looking at more like development.
Got it. Thank you. Those are my questions.
And then I think it was you.
I also love the dashboard, so I'm very supportive of that. I like the racial equity lens, and I really like kind of the way that you were describing the need for us to sort of not shy away from racial equity is really the basis and the lens that we look through to understand all these other forms of equity. Because when you look at, and you said this yourself, but when you look at, racism and how that's perpetuated, you see the impacts disproportionately, in public health and housing and education, in wealth building opportunities. I mean, all the way around. So I think what I'm mostly excited about when it comes to kind of this racial equity lens is being educated from an expert in this space that says why this is the lens that we should be working through and why centering through this lens gets us to be able to achieve these broader DE and I and B and all of these other things that we need to do to build inclusion in the roots of how we do things. But when you look at race and equity as being separate, but understanding the interconnection points, I think we're able to evolve our thinking in a way that does start to create systematic change to address those deeper issues that perpetuate issues around DE and I and B. So I'm not an expert in this space, but I definitely look forward to having that workshop so I can hear more from you. And so I think all of us can really be aligned and on the same page with how we then use this lens in all decisions we make, including housing, including public safety, including economic development. So just very excited to be working with a city that's being intentional about racial equity in the work that we're doing. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. If I may add, I think you're spot on in that really understanding race as a lens for everything else is really, really helpful. And I look forward to working with the council more around that. I do think there are a few strategic initiatives, both within our strategic roadmap and the racial equity action plan that can help with that. So thinking about some of our equity assessments, looking at a racial equity driven decision making, and what you raised is spot on. We have for example, within our community, a very diverse community, but we still see disparities in the life experiences, whether it be who's owning houses and who's renting or who's experiencing homelessness. We can also look at our workforce and see it's very diverse, but have pockets of demographic gaps. So it is important to have that as a framework, and then also to be open about how it can improve operations and systems everywhere else. So I do look forward to working with the council and with the staff to have more tools. I think I will also add that for a lot of this work, sometimes if the system is not already set up to monitor and assess, there can be a lot of gaps. So we may want to very quickly know, demographic differences and who's utilizing a service or who's impacted by a negative outcome, or even trying to understand how our decisions could cause more harm to different racial groups or other groups. So I think there's lots of opportunity, and it'll be important to collaborate in a way that we build strong, solid building blocks that can expand over time. So thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Colleague Bonilla, I really like your word, this being intentional in what we're doing. I think that's very, very important, especially transparency with both equities. Ms. Ayankoya, very impressive with what you know and what you're presenting to us. And welcome to the family.
Yes.
Dashboard is going to be very good. It kind of reminds me of Access Hayward, because it allows our residents to be closer to us with particular problems and being more transparent. And of course, the educational lens, as the other educator, of course, it's important to us to make sure that we reach everybody. Any thoughts, Mayor, on perhaps including Moreau?
Education City means all schools, all levels.
Yes,
Everything. Yeah.
that is it. You're meeting with the leaders, but
Oh, so,
yeah,
yes,
I'm
so,
curious.
yeah, no, we will get there.
Oh, okay, good. That's good. It's a great school. It's important to us. And Chabot gets many folks from Monroe. Thank you. Good job.
I just wanted to highlight, just a comment that Mary brought up, regarding the Harvard data, piece. Many of you all know that I've been participating in this mayor's program through the Harvard Kennedy School of Government, through the Bloomberg, the long name, Bloomberg City, what's the City Leadership Program. And I have been asked to bring along two executive team members, and the two members who are participating with me are the city manager and the chief of police, Brian Matthews. And while we are going through this process, we have also been invited to participate in different strands. And one of the strands, it's more of a detailed course and much more of a detailed task list, is is the data track. And so we were picked to to get on the data track. And so the Chief Matthews and the city manager and I have widened our team. We now have Mary Thomas is on board. We have our budget analyst, our budget director, Nicole Gonzalez is on board. And then I believe Captain Mateo is on board, and I apologize if I forget the other two names. Leslie
And then our deputy IT director, Lisa Bolger.
and Lisa Bolger. And so in a few weeks, I guess next month, in a few weeks, Harvard is sending over two fellows from the Kennedy School to meet with us. And what we're all going to be doing is developing and we don't know what it looks like yet, but the goal is to create a data management system where we can calibrate in particular neighborhoods. We're focusing on one neighborhood right now, which is the South Hayward neighborhood. So it's going to be the corridor between Patrick Avenue, Gadding Road, between Carter and Tennyson. And we're going to start there and we're going to, build it out. But the goal is to build a data management system where we can use data, collect data, use data to better inform where we calibrate services, how we calibrate responses, and how we sort of, connect neighborhoods to services. And, dovetailing this with the equity lens, you can absolutely be sure that, we will be considering that. I know the chief certainly has been thinking about this. And, I'm really looking forward to this. And there's only 40 of us mayors, throughout the world that are actually doing this. And I don't know how many of us are on the actual data track, but 7 or 8 of us. And so this is, it's a pretty interesting opportunity. And by, hopefully by the end of the summer, because the fellows will be with us throughout the summer, I believe.
Yeah, I think the final data track presentation sort of happens around May.
Yeah.
And so sort of our conclusion presentation, but the fellows will stay with us in the summer.
Yeah. So anyways, that should turn out pretty good, and I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you. I just, let's see, I know you were just sort of previewing things, but when you were talking about an education village, it sounds like a really good overlap with Stack Center, like perhaps like a collaboration there, I'm just sort of thinking of some things I'm hearing and not wanting to like duplicate efforts or not use what's already being done. And then also thinking about the Harvard Bloomberg thing. I mean, that sounds like a great overlap with Hayward Promise Neighborhood and potentially the dashboard we're doing. Because I think we talked earlier in the briefing that, we want to be mindful that we're not spending money on things that are already like in the process or that we can't afford beyond this huge roadmap. And it seems like there's so many other good things going on that we can like tag team on those things. And but I love all of the ideas. And then also with Education City, I would also like to see us have like, one deliverable, like a scholarship program or something, some specific deliverable that, that all kids in Hayward have, I know if I do that, I can, you and I have talked a little bit about it, but if I do that, I can get to Cal State, if I do that, I get to Chabot or whatever it is. So it's like a specific thing that Hayward's doing, not just potentially specific project or anyway.
So not to jump too far ahead, but there is something we're talking about right now between Cal State, Chabot, and the school district and the city, and it has to deal with the airport, where we're going to focus on chronic absenteeism, and we're looking at we're designing a program and looking at how we could create a pilot preparation program for kids that are chronically absent. And so the goal is identifying kids that are chronically absent, recruit them to join a pilot training program so that when they finish high school, they can go right into Chabot College or Cal State into a STEM related major and minor, where they'll be recruited right into either a flight school or, become a pilot. A lot of folks don't know this, but you can actually fly a plane before you can drive a car. And, you know, I don't know if that's good news or I don't know, that's a worry everybody. But the goal is, so we are working
Yeah, that's
across these, you know, across these systems that are focusing on students. So that's and we're focusing on chronically absent kids.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and just like how weird world alignments, I think I have a contact for you on that one that I just recently met.
Yes.
In a similar vein, I really like your question, Julie. When we went to Faro with President Sandine, I was also interested in seeing how can we guarantee college admission for Hayward students, right? Wouldn't it be amazing if somebody who graduated from a Hayward High School was guaranteed admission at Chabot College or Cal State East Bay, and they knew that was part of the pipeline? So I really like your question around deliverables, and there are these big ideas when we talk about cradle to career that I think would be really exciting to, as a city, I know it's not our jurisdiction, but as a priority, we can help lead those conversations just as you're facilitating them now. So, yeah.
And yeah.
Just for clarity for myself. As it relates to the education city lens, I know we're talking a lot about great pipelines, you know, from high school to college, but ROP fits into your vision here too. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes.
also, Board of Education,
Yes.
Trying to shape it out, you know.
Actually, one of the members of the working group is Dr. Okenda, who is on the school board. So yes,
Alameda County Board of Education.
ACOE too, yes.
We're almost right on time at this point for a break, and then moving on. I don't wanna stifle conversation, but I am gonna start keeping us on time so you get out of here in time. So,
Are you saying we can take a break early?
no, the break is scheduled for 10, just a 10-minute, like, get up and stretch before we dive into the priority areas, unless you may or want to suggest anything else.
Take a break?
It's on the next slide. So I'm gonna hold on.
Well, let's go to the next slide.
So it's official, break.
So reconvene at 10.
10, what, 10,
Area.
You do mention that, it's on the slide.
What about boarding schools?
There's 4 people and Joe's one of the representatives.
Dogs, that question?
So it's Pastor Valley,
George, ask about
Hayward,
dogs, cats?
San Lorenzo.
Good. You know how to get along.
Yeah.
They know where you are.
Okay, so let's resume, and I know Councilmember Roach is on her way back in, so, and the city manager, but. So we can,
Should we just get started then?
let's get started.
Okay. So what we're gonna do is dive into each of the objective areas. As Kelly mentioned, the goal for today, unlike in past years, we've had you both discuss and vote all in one day, and we got feedback from you last year that felt like too much. And need some time to kind of process, and also give staff a kind of some time to digest what you told us and give you some analysis back. So what we're gonna do today is just go objective by objective. We're gonna tell you what staff has laid out. We're gonna show you back to yourselves what you put into the survey. And then I'll give you a moment to chat, just and give us more feedback that we can take. And then in March, we'll provide kind of analysis of here's the projects we heard you say, Jed. In the interim, we might reach out to you again, just confirm that that's what you said. And we'll provide you kind of a scoring for each of those projects, just so you can get a sense of the amount of staff capacity we have. So this is for Grow the Economy. Again, just a reminder, there's 4 full-time staff with a consultant on this team. Though this is also very supported by Development Services, this priority. And I'm gonna actually pause because it seems like we're missing a decent number of people. So we'll wait till at least the mayor gets back.
Could show us your latest dance moves.
Great,
Or Mr. Germania can fill in as the mayor pro tem.
I'll wait for him.
I think we're gonna suggest that Mr. Zemino to show us his dance moves.
Would you get more fruit?
Fruit. Okay, and so while we're waiting, we in the past, council has given us projects and then staff has kind of gone in to make headers to organize the projects. We're being more intentional now to call those objectives for the first time this year and really try and sort the projects under objectives. And that's how it will appear on the dashboard. That's how the dashboard is set up, is to say, for this objective, here's our projects and here's our metrics. So we hadn't had that in the past.
I can ask a question while we wait.
If
All right,
okay.
go for it.
I remember it was at least 3 or 4 years ago, there was a lot of conversation regarding branding the industrial sector. And I don't know where that is in terms of priorities. But I didn't really see that in this list here, specifically industrial. It might be in a different slide, but just that top slide. Wanted to see what we could do to not just have it branded as industrial, but also look at industrial as a way to have amenities for that side of Hayward. There's a lot of people who literally don't cross the other side of the gate. There's a lot of sales leakage that happens in Union City and other parts of the city because they just don't go east. They don't go downtown. So just wanted to see if that was something we could visit.
Yeah, so I can, and Miriam, I can't check, is Paul online? He wasn't required to be here, but just in case.
I mean, if he's not here, but just
Yeah,
I
okay,
would say that.
so I can tell you my conversations with him, briefly. He is, oh, okay, well, if he's a fan. Okay, Paul, if you would like to jump on, okay, we have a. Hopefully he's actually like at his computer at this moment and not just taking a break.
Accepted the panelist
Oh,
invitation,
great,
so.
okay.
Even if he can't answer, it's just more of keep that on our radar.
Yeah, great. I think you might as well. There he is. Let me unshare so you guys can.
But including the idea of industrial, the 2 industrial sectors is a good somewhere, it should be somewhere in here.
Yeah, so Councilman Roach and Kelly, since you're just walking in, we had a specific question about industrial, like, so there was a big focus several years ago around industrial sector and it's not appearing as much, so. Go ahead, Paul.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, Mayor, Council, Paul Nguyen, Chief Economic Development Officer. I got the question a little late, so I understand Councilmember Andrews is asking where the city is in terms of the branding and marketing campaign for the industrial district. Is that the question?
Yes, and also looking at the industrial sector as a possible hub for amenities for residents on that west side. Given that a lot of them go to Union City instead of crossing over to downtown or going up north or whatever it is. I feel like there's some sales leakage that's happening because they're closer to that industrial side. And we do have a great complex on industrial and Hesperian, just going to see how we can further support that.
Absolutely. So to answer the first part of your question, where we are in terms of industrial marketing and branding or placemaking. So that was an initiative baked into the 2014-2018 Economic Development Strategic Plan. I believe in 2016, the Economic Development team brought to the CEDC a schematic for branding and marketing monikers and I think designs in terms of signage, street poles, murals and things like that to CDC. It got kind of tabled in subsequent strategic roadmap initiatives. The budget was also a big question given some of the estimates from the contract at that time. So it could be something that council may want to add as a strategic roadmap question. Some work has been done. I agree there is a need to kind of leverage placemaking in the industrial district because it is one of the largest contributors to the city's general fund in terms of the sales tax. So there is a lot of opportunity there, and you hit the nail right in the head. There is a significant lack of amenities, not only from being able to provide services and things to residents that live on that side of town, but also as a major attractor for businesses who want to locate into our industrial area, but their employees don't have anywhere to eat or hang out and do things. So certainly a worthy item to consider.
Thank you. I'd like to prioritize that if we can.
Great, we have our trusty note takers in the back, they're writing all this, the stuff for everyone.
Thank
you. Thanks, Paul.
Any questions on this?
Should I maybe do my slides and then we'll go questions, or do you already have questions specifically on industrial? Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to add onto that, the comment that I frequently hear is concern over public safety in our shopping areas. So it's a combination of their perception of the homeless issue and actually witnessing crimes. So one person said something to the effect of, I was sitting in my car at the mall and right next to me, some people showed up and did a catalytic converter theft. Well, I was sitting and they saw me sitting there and they weren't afraid. And that caused such a amount of concern for her that she said, I'm never going back to the mall. Now, whether she means it or not, it's another story, but that kind of hyperventilating kind of percolates through our community and we need to address it and not just, fix the crime problem, but make sure people know that we're working on it. Because that was the other big issue. People felt like nothing was happening. I mean, they were really quite adamant nothing was happening. So it's got to be a public conversation and it also needs to be solved.
And this exact sentiment was definitely reflected in your comments too. So let me go through the slides and then I think again, today is not necessarily a day for staff we don't have time kind of for staff to address every single point today. So what we're gonna do is take notes and we'll get back to you kind of on some thoughts about address some major concerns that you have. So just to remind, this is what staff, these first few slides are what staff is planning on working on regardless, unless the council kind of directs them to stop working on that and start working on something else. So one of the major things the economic development team does, and if you have questions, Paul is online, is they engage businesses, they reach out to businesses, they try and recruit businesses, they are reviewing concept plans for priority sites. This is actually the bulk of what they're doing, just really trying to get new businesses to down that for council's direction. And so those are the metrics that we would have for this objective, is just kind of what's the total number that they're engaging in, and then complete the remaining restaurant relaunch and restore and open SWOT assistant programs. And we're still exploring partnerships at the STAC Center to create the entrepreneurship hub. Unfortunately, that partnership with the county BFL has fallen apart, but we are looking for other options and we are working with our federal lobbyists to apply for an EDA grant, which could be quite a bit of money for that. Objective 2 is to invest in plans and programs that create 30 commercial corridors with a focus on the downtown. The special projects proposed for this is to continue to roll out the Open for Hayward program aid to businesses, particularly in the downtown, and to provide an informational, this was from this year. We're hoping to do this spring, but if not, we'll roll it over to next year to provide an informational report to council on older ordinance that may have an adverse effect on the local economy. The third one is the grow the workforce opportunities. So this does have some of the metrics for education cities. I don't necessarily have to read all through these, but you can see kind of what the metrics are here. And then we still owe you guys a work session item on developing recommendations for encouraging or growing cooperatives. And then finally, we have this could go under invested infrastructure too, but this seemed most aligned with Grow the Economy, is to think through our either managing or disposing our city properties for economic development goals. So we obviously have the new properties in Mud Place. We have the 238 Borderlands. City Center has been on this list, and then there are 3 successor agency parcels on Mission Boulevard that we just have been holding, but we haven't had staff capacity to do anything with. So that is something that we want to study this year. The next thing I'm going to move, these are the comments from council. I think probably most efficient is to just let you read through these, and then anyone online can read through them as well, and let's give you a little bit of time, and I'll look up when you're done.
Well, Mayor, Senator, if you want any questions, just let me know.
Or friends like B Street.
That's me.
Very easy challenge.
That was me.
That was a good comment.
And there's 2 slides, so I'm gonna move to the next slide for those online.
Okay, I have a question. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, you want us to be like, let's read this first, or can we start
I
asking?
think it seems like you guys have scanned it, so
Okay, cool.
I'm handing it to you.
All right. I like the section in general. I think on objective 2, the informational report, sorry. Thank you. On objective 2, proposed project 2, providing an informational report to council on older ordinances. I also wanted to throw in visiting our cannabis ordinance as well. I think we received a few emails around taxation rates and whether or not they're stifling that industry in our city. The mayor's out of the room right now, so I'm saying.
Can I say I support that?
Thank you. Yeah. Microphone really. So I just wanted to make sure, not just those 2, but any other similar to like cannabis, where are we getting in our own way when it comes to welcoming in new businesses and helping them set up shop? And then I'm excited to see worker cooperatives get a bit more attention here. I'm really curious about what kind of, again, policies we could write to help incentivize or encourage that kind of business development, especially as we start to think about, developing childcare centers and affordable housing developments too. I see those as being potential spots for worker cooperatives to really thrive. And then lastly, I think this was my feedback point on council survey feedback. The last bullet point, strategies to purchase surplus land rather than or in lease it rather than like disposing or selling it. I've brought this up a few times, but I really hate to see us give up public land. I understand sometimes it's a necessity, but if we can maintain, the amount of, publicly owned land, I think that's
Thank you. So, thank you. Mayor, it was Angela, Julian, then myself.
So I also wanted to look at the job fair. I added a comment about a team-focused job fair. And this could actually go with Education City as well, but making sure we include hard in those conversations because they have a lot of team-focused jobs. And I know we mentioned in HLAC in the past that students don't know where to go for jobs, or they feel like they're overwhelmed by going for jobs. I know back in my day, I just literally walked into the store and got a job. I guess things are different. So, if we could figure out a way to get that information to them online, because it seems to be where they're at, that would be helpful. And then a development checklist for small businesses. I'm sure there's already a development checklist for folks. How to make it user friendly, I guess, is probably my question. It's like some of the small businesses I talked to, they still feel kind of overwhelmed by developing a business or working with an architect and figuring out a way to simplify it to reduce those barriers for development and welcoming those smaller businesses. I know we have the business concierge program, but I don't know if it's intuitive for those small businesses to go to the economic development department, then go to the planning department and then figure out how to do, architecture and planning. I think it could be overwhelming. So just figuring out how can we simplify that process for them. And I do have a question about, I think someone mentioned Tennyson being a thriving commercial corridor. I think it already is. It's actually thriving a little too much for some folks. So what does thriving really mean? And what does that really look like? Because we also hear complaints about street vendors, but we also have very low vacancy rate. So what do we want Tennyson to look like? But more importantly, what do those residents want Tennyson to look like? I think we all have our idea of what looks good as commercial corridor. It may not fit for a particular demographic, but it's working for them. So how can we do it in a way that benefits that demographic, but still realize that it might be different? Downtown is not going to ever look like Tennyson. So what are we going to do to make sure that we're not being draconian in how we respond to the issues that we see there? So I'm really concerned about Tennyson not being seen as thriving. So that's all I have to say about that.
Oh, thank you. I also wanted to, just highlight the, looking for support for small businesses and some recovery from vandalism and broken windows, because I feel like from the conversations I've had with business owners, it's a societal problem, and sometimes it appears from their perspective that they're sort of left hanging to dry on this. And so when they've had the second and the third window broken, and now they're looking at increased insurance rates if they keep making that claim, or they're now out of pocket again for several $1,000s, I do feel like if we can even some sort of a loan program or whatever notice they get, because I've also been told they get a notice, right, that they gotta fix this, and that looks really helpless also. And so perhaps even the wording of whatever notice they get includes some sort of patience language or referral, something for them easily to get up and running, or an understanding, because I do feel like it's unfair for the problem we're trying to deal with, and unhoused people and people potentially creating, havoc to our storefronts, that they know we have their back in some way, that, of course it doesn't bankrupt us in helping, but in some way that they understand, we get it. And we're not looking for you to lose your insurance because you have to make your fifth claim on your window. And so I think that has to be coupled with economic development, because if people want to come here, they need to know the city, in some way has their back. And that what they see as boarded up buildings is not going to continue. So I think, in order to attract those kind of businesses, they have to know that we're in partnership with them. So just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
I would like to see some project, some idea, something to solve this leakage of Hayward dollars. Hayward residents not spending their money in Hayward. So maybe that's something we can work on, whether it's economic development team or us or something. So that's, and the Tennyson corridor is a thriving commercial corridor, 150 businesses there, and they're all filled all the time. So what do we do in Tennyson that we're not doing in on B Street or on A Street? That's what we need to emulate. So, thanks. Good job, Mary. Right.
Oh, thank you.
Good job.
This is really our economic development here, but thank you. I'm getting slowly.
Thanks. I just wanted to underscore, I think there was a lot of council feedback on the empty storefronts. And so seeing that named more explicitly, is there a game plan to engage with the landlords and the owners of these empty storefronts? Are there policy recommendations we can put forward to give a carrot and maybe a little bit of a stick to say, hey, it's time to fill that empty storefront? And then a bullet point on the feedback that I wanted to highlight was revisiting zoning, allowing for small businesses to thrive in residential neighborhoods. So are there different pockets in different residential neighborhoods where maybe a small cafe could pop up and then it becomes a more walkable environment? I'm really curious if there are those kind of policy tweaks that would encourage certain kinds of development that would make our communities more walkable. That goes to economic development that goes to fighting climate change. So just curious if that can get worked in there, or if folks feel like that's something worth us visiting this year.
Before I call on Councilmember Bonilla, I just wanted to echo that because I wrote it down. I know we have tried in the past through like a vacancy tax. A lot of folks thought that that was, you know, as soon as it was empty, then it would be triggered, but then it's not. It's, you know, it's more of like, you know, sort of paying back the city for blight and for cleanup and all that. And I know that there were some legal issues with that and challenges or you know, implications, and I get it. But we, you know, we gotta hold building owners accountable somehow, and I don't know if, you know.
I think that part of, there was a secondary goal for the creation of the Economic Development Corporation, because
Yep.
that vehicle can help incentivize in all of our commercial districts, not just the downtown. So it is citywide. So that can be utilized to help with some of these other corridors. And I think there's an opportunity there now where, you know, if there is a building that is particularly problematic, the corporation could potentially, you know, buy it, create a sort of, you know, and look at once. And I think that's where we really need to focus in the next couple months on getting a sort of a partner in terms of property management, leasing agent. So to kind of help in terms of starting with the cinema property, Cinema Place property. But I think long-term, that Economic Development Corporation can be a tool for how we work with property owners, and it gives us some resources that we can really leverage with those.
And so my two last points would be, thank you for that. My two last points are, one is because we have a couple of buildings down there that are, I mean, I understand that they're antique stores, but they look more like someone's storage unit more than it does an antique store. I mean,
Yep.
I've been to an antique store and then I've been to a storage unit. That looks like a storage unit, you know,
Yep.
with stuff for sale.
Yep.
And so that also is what we have to stop.
Yep.
The second thing is, now that the Economic Development Corporation is in play now, we can't forget the reason why we entered this sort of new phase of buying the downtown cinema is because we wanted to be the model of the other buildings. And so we have to be very clear as to we cannot be what they are, right? And so, you know, I want to say it out loud so it's recorded.
Yeah.
So I can point to it later if, you know, the building starts to, you know.
So you're telling us to recruit a bunch of antique stores.
No antique stores.
uh,
But I also think, you know, creating temporary activation and vacant spaces, how do we do that more effectively? That could also be something that the corporation could just facilitate with other buildings, is creating some sort of temporary public art program in public, you know, the buildings along B Street. So I think there's a lot of opportunities there.
Okay, so Councilmember Bonilla and then Goldstein and then.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it would be useful for a briefing on the vandalism broken window issue, because I think, you know, we're hearing different things from different people, but it would just be good to have the data that says, you know, it's on the rise, this is the pockets that it's impacting the most, and this is our strategy to mitigate that. I also love the feedback that says, you know, let's continue to look at investing in Foothill, Tennyson, and Hesperian. You know, as Councilmember Armenio said, Tennyson is a thriving corridor, but yet the investment that we put in Tennyson is nowhere near the investment we're putting in downtown Hayward. So how do we kind of, you know, look at that in a little bit more of a balanced way? And then as it relates to this priority, I'm also interested in, you know, maybe not today, but in the future, understanding more about what the roadmap is for the Economic Development Corporation. In fact, like, you know, I know we need to still like, I don't know where we're at with
So-
all of that, but it would
Yeah,
be
so there's, and we could do that, and I just, Paul, when reminded me that HPD is gonna be doing a briefing, at the next CEDC meeting, so I think we can, look behind me at our chief, we can do an update also on the vandalism break-in issue. One of the challenges is making sure when you are talking with business owners that they are in fact reporting those to PD, because if we're not getting reports of it, then we're not, you know, that's how police department spreads resources. So if there's a problem area, but no one's reporting it, we won't, you know, we won't send extra resources there. So I think that's also important. And yes, there's, you know, the two-pronged approach with the corporation. One is specifically getting a property management firm on board to help manage the Cinema Place, but then also what is, getting someone, consultant to help us prepare the sort of longer term strategy and the strategic positioning of that asset. And so I think trying to get those RFPs out the door quickly here, to get moving on that in the next month or two.
Excellent. Yep, I think just understanding the broader timeline of, those two activities plus whatever else we can anticipate coming out of this corporation. This way, when we're out there talking to folks, they're asking, about why we did this, what the benefit is, what major activities are coming up next, we'll be able to speak to them. But otherwise, I generally agree with the rest of these comments, especially the one that says fill every storefront. Thank you.
Councilor Goldsmith.
Yeah, thank you. Couple of issues that have come up fairly recently. One of them is, and both of these are economic development. They are, one of them is about an incubator space, and I know we've talked about this a bunch of times. So Carl Coringa is on the library commission, but he's also a technology guy, and he's got a small group of folks that he's in regular conversation with, and they approached me at the Stack Center opening the other day, talking about incubator space, and it turns out that there is, for lack of their finding space here in Hayward, there's a group that's leaving San Francisco and going to the Bayfair Mall. And I think they're probably too far along to interrupt that. But I think we need to be intentional about making space available, or at least engaging in the conversation that might lead to some action actually happening here in Hayward, because right now they're feeling left out. And this is probably the fourth or fifth group of people in as many years that have come to me asking for some support for that. The second thing that's come up recently is the restaurant community in town, while they're supportive of the street vendor ordinance and street vending in general, they are concerned that for the first time in their history, they're experiencing a downturn in their businesses. And they're saying that it's because of the lack of enforcement for street vendors. And as I drive around the city in the various areas that it might affect those specific business owners that have talked to me about it, it does appear that there are a lot more street vendors than there were before the ordinance was passed. And coincidentally, a lot of them have open flame. And so their ask is, can the city step up with some enforcement activity to curb that? They're saying their businesses are at stake. And if something isn't done soon, they may have to consider whether they stay in Hayward or move on somewhere else.
And so we, yes, if you recall, talked with the council about this. The first couple months would be education, so a soft launch of the ordinance. We just actually had a meeting in the last week and a half about now, okay, when someone doesn't have a license, what is getting them to close up shop until they get their permit? There is some issue in terms of coordination with the county. I've been in conversation with Supervisor Marquez, just because there's some, apparently one of our vendors went to the county to get a permit, was told that they don't issue those permits. So there's some miscommunications there. But we are looking at how do we now start to move to like, okay, if you don't have your permit, it's time to close up shop here and until you have your permit. So that's the next step in the process. And we're working out staffing because code enforcement has been leading that. And a lot of times these issues arise on the weekends and there aren't staff on the weekends from code enforcement. So that PD is forced to respond, which feels a little more heavy handed. So we're working through the staffing issues on all of that. And I have, our two key department heads behind us who have been involved in those conversations. So
thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just, as the question was asked, I just started thinking about it. Could we, maybe have like a designate, maybe in the next, couple of months, designate like the first week or maybe the first 2 weeks of the month to just really focus on that. And, and then, and then
We can talk amongst.
like, I mean, not to get too much in the detail, but there is a lot of frustration. And I mean, Even if we need to suspend other work to like really focus on this, you know, I would think that that would be a priority, quite frankly. Okay, Councilmember Roach.
Thank you. Yeah, first of all, I mean, I agree with you on the reporting part. Like that, you know, I think a lot of people just kind of give up. Oh man, so second or third time, like, what's the point of going through this? But I do like, I always hand out my business card that has the Access Hayward on the back, because I think you're right, like the reporting, the data is really important. So I'll keep, you know, and encourage all of us to keep telling everyone to keep reporting those break-ins. But I was like, who shows up to put the plywood on? Because a lot of these businesses get that first plywood from someone in the city.
Usually it's a window repair company that gets called, usually it's a private contractor that comes.
And is that because the police have shown up and they call them? Because I'm wondering if like, if someone's showing up for plywood, can we ask the plywood people to help us report it, you know, so that, or
Yeah,
at
I
least
mean,
do they communicate?
It's not something that I think they usually call their private, and Brian is shaking his head.
Yeah, the only time that the city becomes involved in doing that is when we can't get a hold of somebody who's responsible.
Oh, okay, I guess I've heard that twice, like they show up in the morning and the plywood's there.
If the business owner can't respond at night, we don't leave it unsecured, so we will.
So then that means it's reported if you guys
It would be
have done it,
reported.
okay. Okay, and then the other thing I was gonna say, as far as like the downtown, the businesses, I mean, this is like a national issue, right? That people are having trouble keeping their downtowns, you know, filled with storefronts, you know, everyone moving online, and then just kind of, you know, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's the news, maybe whatever, that people are just sort of nervous about opening businesses right now. And so I guess what I would ask for when we look at that is maybe some data on like, are there some cities that are actually like successfully revitalized in this environment, like actual downtown environment? So like, what worked? Was it a massive marketing campaign? Was it, you know, was it a vacancy tax? Like what was it that actually worked to sort of help these successful, you know, revitalizations happen? Because I think we're sort of stabbing a little bit at the dark, like maybe a vacancy tax, like maybe more support from economic development, maybe some help on the, like, you know, replacing plywood doors. It would be really helpful to have some key cities around. I don't know.
Yeah, in the past, we've had retail consultants come and do kind of updates to economic development. Maybe we schedule sort of a broader work session with the whole council, and we could have just a conversation globally about downtown developments and sort of like what is some strategy for some success. And I know hopefully Paul's still listening in, but we can work on that, try to figure out a time to bring that work session forward.
Yeah, I mean, I would just like to see what's working out there. And then the last thing on street vendors, like I know it's an ongoing issue, but I think that's kind of goes back to what we said on reporting, that I think what we need to hear from is the community, for example, what Councilmember Ryan was saying, like if Tennyson Corridor works the way it is and the community actually really enjoys the way it is, then why are we trying to fix a problem that's potentially not broken? As far as the maybe street vendors, but also, you know, how businesses operate down there. But because I think it is more important to hear from the community, because I understand that businesses are complaining, but they're not the ones necessarily living where all these things are. And how is it working, you know, with wherever the street vendors are popping up? I mean, are they popping up because there are no restaurants nearby, and are those areas we just kind of want to leave alone because the community likes it? And then there are other areas where businesses are actually hurting from it, and I hear that. I think we need to do something about that, to everyone's point on that. So I don't know, and then also, you know, I know that it's a county and a city thing, and so, you know, perhaps we do some targeted strike teams on some, you know, at some time, and like we do for other things like you know, sideshows and things, like we do that, and maybe a coordinated effort with the county, especially in areas where our businesses are really hurting, and then not having to do like a citywide sweep where it's the community doesn't care. I mean, they're fine with it when we just do not have the resources to enforce this.
We have been coordinating with there was a kickoff meeting, sort of informational meeting for vendors, and county staff did participate in that. I think there's just really a disconnect between some of the higher level staff and the folks in their particular permit centers. So I do like the idea of like a strike team where you just have, hey, can we create maybe there's office hours where a county staff person comes and partners with our development services staff, and we do some targeted outreach to vendors or just go out that way. So I think there's some creative things we can look at in terms of.
Thank you.
Sorry, we're about 12 minutes behind, which is fine. And this is a very exciting topic. Some of the other ones might have less discussion, but just
I'll be brief.
Yeah.
So for the makerspace, incubator space, I thought Sun Gallery kind of resolved some of those issues, but I could be confused with that.
They're out falling out.
Oh.
Yeah, they found it's a fun.
Okay. I mean, yeah, we'll talk about it. As far as just want to speak to the strike team. I am concerned about staff retention and making sure they're not working every Saturday to deal with vendors. So if we can also consider, I know we don't necessarily like hearing this, but contracting out some government support services for the weekend so we can keep our employees happy and keep their weekends free of work as much as possible. I would like to consider that, maybe just for a few months. And then also, I did encourage city council to watch the retail tour. So please go back and look at that before we spend any more money on resources talking about retail. But I do think it was a worthwhile discussion, a great tour. I'm sorry all of you couldn't be there. But the other things I wanted to also look at is how can we make Access Hayward more accessible to folks? I do think, as I've stated before, that 510-293-5000 number is not accessible to people. People do not remember it. They do not know where to look for it. And we are trying to reduce calls to 911. We need to get 311 or some other support number that's easier for folks to call in when it's not an emergency. I will continue to say that. And making sure we have a good campaign regarding Access Hayward. It is an equity issue that we don't have an easier phone number. It's a language barrier. There, people don't have smartphones, people don't have internet, they don't have computers, and I know it's a big deal to look at this, but I do think it is a problem because it is now becoming a problem for council if we continue to hear about these break-ins and all these things that could be actually documented and we're not getting the reports, we're not getting the data. They don't have access to report the information. So I just wanted to make sure we highlight that. And then the last thing I was gonna say is again on the Tennyson restaurants, we do hear complaints from residents about the pop-ups. We hear it. So it's not just the business owners, I recognize that, but I do think there is a way we can make sure that if this is what's happening in this community, making sure we have some kind of sanctioned area where it doesn't impact the businesses, but definitely we should focus on enforcement and figuring out a way, how can we all work together? Because this is an issue that's going to continue even with all these policies in place, even with all these folks getting, fines, they're going to keep coming back out there. So what can we do to make it work for everyone is what I'm interested in. Thanks.
And before we give it back to Mary, I just wanted to be clear. We do support street vendors and we just are trying to make this work so that we protect brick and mortar and we protect sort of the integrity of our neighborhoods. We just don't want to see random, dancing chickens with big old grills out there, cooking, chickens. It's a lot of disparity. I mean, I get it. But we do have, we have to have, we need to have some sense of integrity of our neighborhoods. And, and I think, people, I might get in there. Mary, go ahead. Councilor Roach has one very long thing to say.
All right, if we're gonna do any sort of strike team on this, I really think we need to focus first on the open air grills, because I drive by some of that and the rest of the, that I've gotten is, whole apartment complexes are basically assaulted by wafting burning meat, for hours. And right, and it's not their fault. So I think if we're gonna do something, it would be sort of a first thing on like the visual of smoke wafting from these things, and then leave alone potentially, smaller. And that's.
And then Councilor Bonilla has 5 words to say.
No, more than 5.
Make it work for everyone.
Thank you.
Your words, I agree. I think this is a good idea. I think we have to find a way to make this work for everybody. I know.
Great, and I can absolutely appreciate this. Is frustrating. I think you guys typically have to set up and listen to council, like public comment and not comment back, and that's frustrating. I'm sure we all have the staff lots of things to say. We are writing down. We are writing down.
Sarah's hands exploding.
Yeah. Sarah has a signaling saying she wants to say, we will write it down just to get through the day. We'll write it down and we will be giving you guys back. the- So we're moving on now to invest in infrastructure. We have Director Mary here, who, you know, I think, is responsible for a lot of these projects. So I'm just gonna quickly go through these and then we'll get to your guys' questions and feedback. So objective one is the investment in multimodal transportation. That staff has added some metrics here that they can provide for you on a regular basis so you can really see all the work that they're doing. I think a lot of that work goes kind of unseen in some cases. And then we have some of the special projects are some updated improvements for the fair transit program, completing construction of Mission Boulevard Phase 3, which should be fairly soon. Validating the alternatives to the loop and completing the implementation of a bench for every stops project. For objective 2, this one is investing in city-owned facilities and properties. The geometrics, this truly is your CIP special projects team, your engineering team. So looking at the staff center, hopefully the goal will be getting phase 2 if we can get the money this year. Construction, I know the phasing has been worked on, so begin construction, continue the courtyard upgrades, continue working on that assessment for a new police building. And that's also an assessment for the courtyard. And then this is particularly for some staff in terms of working on security upgrades to Walker Street Garage, and that Director Roman's team is focusing on that. And then finally, enhancing local water supplies and wastewater systems. I think there were some suggestions in the council comments about maybe some additional metrics here, because that's a huge thing. And then you can see some special projects that team's working on, the water pollution control facility based upgrades, the recycled water master plan, and continuing with the sustainable groundwater plan. We only have one page here for comments for you guys. I'll give you a moment to read through these and then.
Councilmember Cyrus.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I think this is a great list of projects for the year. I'm generally in support. I do want to say when we're evaluating the alternatives for the loop, I know we just received a lot of funding to begin assessing this. I'm interested in how we approach that project, not just here's the next $100 million capital project to change it, but also are there ways we can maybe implement two-way streets, or like are there small impact changes we can make to improve traffic flow and make it more walkable to start before we make larger capital improvements? I'm interested in that kind of phasing. I think Sherman called it the de minimis plan. I'm interested in our own version of a de minimis plan, where it's like, what are the smaller changes we can make for results before the larger capital improvement? Corporation yard safety upgrade. I just want to check, and I know that like the showers and the restrooms at the courtyard have been a reoccurring issue. When we talk about these safety upgrades, is that included in this? I'm looking at Director.
Yes, it is included, the showers, both at the courtyard and also the adjacent utility center is being looked into and will be upgraded for better usage.
Great, thank you for being responsive to staff needs there. And then lastly, just to my colleague that said maybe we want to look more into the potential shuttle service. I'm committing, and I'm sure colleague Germano wouldn't mind, we can bring this to the AC Transit ILC to discuss, maybe we need just a more frequent line on that road versus like a standalone shuttle, right? So we'll look into what that might look like to implement. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilman Andrews.
Thank you. That was my comment. So may not necessarily need to have a separate shuttle service, but can we just paint a bus paper green just so like people know that it's going down the key locations? And that by finding the giant H on it, something that stands out so people know, oh, they're gonna go to downtown, they're gonna go to the hill, whatever it is. And then it can be a little, something that identifies Hayward a little bit more. Then I also wanted to know more about La Vista Park. I know that we're going to be revisiting that. I'm interested in making sure that project gets done, but if we could do it in a way that's, more efficient, fast, cheaper, whatever we can do. And then I was the giant nerd on that last question regarding the pipe and the use of EQ-based solar lift stations and security at utility locations. So I'm concerned about just lift stations, all the smaller structures that we don't talk about here on the dais, but those actually can cost a lot of money in terms of vandalism, security, and can impact our utilities. So
So I would suggest that the council not discuss that publicly, but
Yeah.
there is a provision in the Brown Act that allows for the council to have a briefing on security at public facilities in closed session. So if that's something of interest, I think we can probably also look at the city attorney, but I know we've done that in terms of our IT infrastructure, but I think we could also do that briefing for the council.
yeah, it doesn't have to be too serious, just making sure that's part of the wastewater upgrades, is what I was concerned about. And then also I was concerned about just because of the atmospheric rivers that are happening, making sure our EQ basins are able to handle the capacity of inflow and infiltration. So I'm sorry. I'll stop
I love it.
talking about this.
I love it, Angela.
I'm learning. Councilor Roach.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm also concerned about La Vista because the housing project is under construction now. It was contemplated without any park at all, not even a tot lot, I think, if I remember, because La Vista was gonna be there as their outdoor space. And so definitely interested in sort of like phasing that includes some quick, ability to like create a path or something through La Vista. That's really concerning to me now because, that there's supposed to be a family building and you assume that there's gonna be kids there and they need, unless the toilet for the potential school is gonna be there, that might be an option.
I think I've mentioned this to council, but we're planning to bring a work session to council in the very short near-term future about La Vista Park. Kind of where we are with the bid prices have come back in and a potential phasing strategy, so at least we can get something under construction.
Yeah,
and started.
just as some amount of like push the stroller through the hill, so that'd be great. From like, what is it, Tennyson to, where the next there, yeah. And then, yeah, and the shuttle thing, I was really interested in that. I love the idea of maybe getting one bus, so like the Hayward Green with big H on it, love it. But then if, as a Councilmember Syrup and Councilmember Smith, you're on that committee, I would really love to hear options about payment, because when I tried to use, a bus with the kids the other day, I had a credit card, I had cash, and, and I got on and I couldn't use that payment. The only reason they let me on was because the nice bus driver thought I was like some sort of, like, oh, like, just get on, lady. So, I think if it's gonna be a shuttle bus bus, I think it really needs to work for anyone that has a thought like, oh, I can just jump on this bus coming by. But, you can't, if you're not a current bus rider, to understand how to make that payment. So I would encourage both of you to talk about that there. Yeah, but I mean, I don't carry one around because I don't take it often, but if I wanna all of a sudden, if it's a busy day and I wanna take a shuttle downtown, like I should be able to get onto this modern day with my cash or my credit
Yeah,
card.
they're moving towards tap to pay for,
Okay.
yeah, but I will definitely raise that issue.
And I know there is an app and some nice lady on the bus told me about it while it was on the bus. But the fact that I couldn't just get on again in this modern day, like I really think they need to address this. I have had some conversations, I think they're thinking about it, but because you're right, like we wouldn't need a shuttle, but there are plenty of buses going up and down Mission Boulevard. So I think AC Transit needs to like help create these mini shuttle bus versions within their
Yeah.
transit corridor. And then, then it's a win-win because then we're back to sort of not duplicating efforts on budgeting and everything. So if you can carry that forward, that would be great. And then the last one is the infrastructure. I guess I didn't see like Stack Center, really want to see us prioritize whatever that looks like for funding. So whatever dollars we get in for different funding grants and stuff, I want to make sure we're not we always look at Stack Center first in order to fill that gap. And that's my big plug on that one. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. AC Transit's complaint is that a chauffeur will cost money. That's their obstacle. Excellent idea on the shuttle. Bus driver, the chauffeur. Chauffeur will cost a lot of money. A good idea on the shuttle, good objectives, especially alternatives to the loop. And one minor point that I'd like to propose is that we go alphabetically on the title of this and call it the Airport Infrastructure Committee. Because airport is down at the bottom and I don't like it. We have, in my mind, the airport is a jewel of the city and it should be alphabetical. Airport Infrastructure Committee. Thank you.
Councilor Goldstein, that's easy enough.
Thank you. Definitely in favor of doing some kind of a minibus or other shuttle service that's gonna help people get around town. The payment thing is an issue. So that needs to be addressed. I'm glad to hear that electronic payment is being worked on. The de minimis plan for the downtown area, things, whatever we can do to improve and get those improvements in quickly, I think definitely need to be addressed. Water quality metrics. I know that there's an annual report with those water quality metrics that I think if we're going to do the quarterly reports, I'd like to see that. And I know that Hayward has always had a high water quality, but I know that some other areas around the bay are starting to detect other things in their water supply and PFAS and some other long-term potentially very harmful chemicals. And so I'd like to know if we're monitoring for that. There's also some places are monitoring for prescription drugs and non-prescription drugs in the sewage treatment, and that kind of helps inform what we do with our social services in terms of ramping up education and other projects. So that would be a useful metric. In terms of the multimodal transportation, I'd like to see some metrics on traffic throughput. So especially if we're going to be implementing new traffic calming projects. Some community members equate traffic calming with slowing it down. I know better, but they may not. And I think that might be an important metric to produce to the public, that it's calmer. There's more bicycles, there's more pedestrians, and this is the number that we're seeing, but also traffic is continuing. The rate before was on average 35, 40 miles an hour. The average rate today is still 35, 40. Those would be important metrics to tell the public so that they're cooperating and they get behind our traffic calming. And then in addition to that, also accident statistics. So one of the big things that people are trying to my ear about, and I think you are well aware of 2 traffic fatalities in one day, just the other day. And so in addition to doing the traffic calming, we just want to be able to report on what effect that actually has on overall safety. So the expected outcomes would be more people bicycling, more people walking, but also reduced traffic collisions. So I think those combination of metrics would be useful. I am in support of phasing La Vista Park. A lot of folks are starting to feel like, hey, this was expected a handful of years ago, not seeing any traction there, what's going on. And so I'd definitely like to see something there. Alex, you said that the baths and the showers have already been addressed at the corporation yard. Is that project complete?
They are on the design right now. They are being worked on. They are not done.
Okay, all right. Okay. Good to hear that they're in progress. And I know that's important to our staff there. Definitely in favor of moving the stack forward. And I believe that's the end of the comments. Thank you.
I believe we'll wrap you up on time, Mary.
We're very close. You guys are great. Okay, are we ready to move to the next one?
Hey, yes.
Fantastic. Again? No, next. Next item is housing. We have Director Bowser here from, and we also have, we have our team as you guys led, Amy Cole from Community Services, had another commitment today, so she will be calling the take meetings. Any questions? I will go through this. This is a team that is very data oriented, so they did a great job of adding a lot of data, a lot of metrics for you in these. So the objective 1 is really focusing on how to support people experiencing homelessness. They've added metrics that they can report regularly on the NAV Center, on people resistant to child rental subsidies, and on the agencies that are working through the CGD grants. Their projects really this year is to majorly focus the development of St. Regis Behavioral Health Campus and implement the state home key funding. Number 2, this is encouraging the production of new housing for everyone. Their metrics there are really meeting our arena targets. There's specific levels for each income type. We did not list those here, but they would report on all of those. And the number of city actions taken to support housing developments. They have a number of projects that they're planning for this year. exploring the social impact bonds to convert tax defaulted for vacant property and into wealth building opportunities. I think this is something council's been interested in. Evaluating ANOPA, again, zoning ordinance amendments related to shelters, group homes. The transition homes, which is part of the housing element. These are scheduled things that we've adopted that required to move forward with. Also zoning amendments related to streamlining housing entitlements and adopting the universal design guidelines for accessible housing. And then finally, objective 3, this is about protecting stability for people who already live here, and affordability. You can see the different metrics here for that. We have various programs for rental assistance or relocation assistance, and their projects for this year that they're working on is explore the implementation of the rental registry to obtain some better data, simplify the relocation assistance ordinance, and provide creative financing, like down payment assistance. These are all of your feedback. We have one slide on that. Again, I will not read it, but if you want to take a moment to answer it yourself.
There are no questions, so we'll just go on to the next topic.
And I did get some text from Amy about sort of St. Regis, if you guys are interested in talking about that more, but I also think I really urge you guys to speak to that, yeah.
Councilmember Andrews.
I do want to hear about St. Regis before I ask my question.
Sure. Maybe I'll just jump in. So I see the question there about, yes, the intention is to keep the navigation center open. I think we've talked with the council a little bit about some of the challenges with the St. Regis building and having it be the mental health rehab facility that was originally contemplated. So one thought is that we would take the navigation center, incorporate that as part of the St. Regis project. It would give us some bed expansion. It would allow for that so there'd be a portion of St. Regis that would become the navigation center, and then the navigation center site would become the location of a new mental health rehabilitation facility that would be operated independently and separate by the county and a provider. So that's the switch that we're looking at, but they are still on track. They are rehabbing the St. Regis property to go ahead with the frail senior units and some of the other services on site. So the biggest switch is thinking about switching the navigation center location, but yes, the intention is to definitely keep the navigation center open because that serves a very different niche of population versus what the St. Regis Center was intended to provide. I don't know, Regina, do you want to add?
Okay. And then I added the comment about information to house school students. I think this could help with the Education City initiatives. I've had multiple high school students, HUSD, non-HUSD, ask about housing and how can they stay in housing. So it seems like the high school students are trying to be more informed to help their parents. So if we could figure out a way to get to students and getting that information to students. I don't know if it's through the Youth Commission, but it seems like this is becoming a bigger problem. So I would like to see something happen with that. And then also just advocacy for more home key dollars from the federal government and state government. I will continue to say this. I think California has great weather and we're experiencing an inflow of folks, in addition to people who are homegrown. That are experiencing homelessness. So I think we need to advocate for more dollars to address it. So some things.
Oh, I see more hands. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to sort of reiterate about looking at funding for foreclosure prevention, the eviction prevention, because I feel like, it's always gonna be more costly to keep people where they are than to, have to rehouse people. So I'd love to know, I know, we basically also said to the rest, right? The legal assistance on this, yeah. To know sort of like really how many Hayward residents are there serving, can we up that somehow? Should we look at funding there? Because it's gonna be more cost efficient to put those dollars there than to have to sort of rehousing. And so I'm really interested in getting some feedback on how they're deciphering Hayward residents, because I know they serve the county, right? So, let's see, so, and then to your point about the high school students, yeah, let's see it, Hayward Promise Neighborhood, Eden Youth and Family Center. All, the centers that are interacting with youth, like, remember that they have adult burdens on their shoulders and that we should be giving them this access, this information as well, rather than trying to go out to their families who are not necessarily getting that message. So that's all. Thank you.
And before I call on Councilmember Bonilla, of course, I don't work for Hayward Promise Neighborhood anymore. But we also, while they are doing a lot of work in this space, they're more of an education based program. And they're not, they don't necessarily work in the housing space. But they do deal with, psychosocial services that, for kids. So I guess what I'm trying to say is anytime we start to dovetail issues of housing with Hayward Promise Neighborhood, it just it sets them up to do work that they're not prepared to do. So I just kind of want to say that, but they do take care of some work in this space, but Councilmember Bonilla.
Thank you, Mayor. Great to see all of the proposed projects under this category. A couple questions. As it relates to St. Regis, what is or what has been or what will be the community input opportunities there?
So we've already had some preliminary community conversations. We've met with the principal, Brett Hart. We did have a community meeting with the Brett Hart School Community, which weren't very many attendees. We have met with Hayward Concerned Citizens and sort of gone through the conversation. That will continue. And again, one of the good things is if the navigation center does, it does get relocated there, it actually gives the city more control because we fund that versus if it was purely just a county facility. So there could be some built-in operating agreements and some stricter sort of performance standards. And I want to make sure that HPD and community services and staff are working in partnership with BACS on sort of reporting protocols, what happens if there's an incident, how does that, and so really laying all of that out before before the facility opens. And so there will be another round of sort of engagement and outreach as we get closer to that facility opening.
Excellent. Just making sure that, the community has ample opportunity to weigh in and to shape the project, I think will be important. As we look at this priority, preserve versus protect, I guess, how do we look at the difference in those two? Or because, every word here matters, obviously. So how do we look at the difference there?
So that you are inheriting that language from a previous council, so I'm not entirely sure what the logic there was.
Yes, I maybe just for like background, because I think this language has been used, since like 2017 when we had our strategic initiatives. So I think preserve was really focused on sort of looking at our existing housing stock and preserving the sort of affordable that's by design that's already in our community, and how do we protect people from being displaced. So that's the sort of preservation piece. I also think it goes to sort of the quality of our housing stock and making sure that our rental housing inspection program is effective, and we're making sure that we don't have landlords that are not taking care of their rental properties and creating unsafe conditions. And then protect, again, I think the preserve and protect are kind of in that similar category. And then producing is obviously about new production, and both for all income levels, but also homelessness, individuals experiencing homelessness.
Makes sense. I'm not sure if there's an opportunity to either, consolidate one of those words, drop one, but preserve and protect seem to be synonymous or very similar. Anyways, going, my final two questions here is, what of these activities, or is it all of the activities, does our state of emergency help us accelerate?
It's specific around homelessness response, so probably shelter construction, permitting. That's specifically where the projects related to homelessness. So if you look on here on the list,
obviously
probably
the first
objective one, yes, and then maybe a couple of the projects. So like Under objective 2, there's the zoning ordinance amendments related to shelters, group homes, supportive and transitional housing. So sort of expediting that process.
Got it. All right, and then I'm sure these efforts are, centered in racial equity, as we talked about at the beginning of the meeting. But the county has the Home Together 2026 community plan. Just wondering how these activities align with the broader county initiative to end homelessness, because obviously we need to be coordinated and aligned because it's a bigger issue than just Hayward. So any comments or thoughts there?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Amy and her team are gonna keep in alignment there. It's one of the reasons why we opted to recommend adopting a state of emergency for homelessness, was to be in alignment with the county and their state of emergency proclamation. And so I think that we'll continue to work very closely with the county to make sure that we're step the work that we've done.
That's fantastic. I think just staying very closely coordinated with the county COC, and I'm sure we are on these activities, is going to be really important because a lot of other cities are starting to do the state of emergency thing and move very quickly. And when you move quick, you want to move with intention and coordination. And sometimes those things don't necessarily happen when you're moving quick, but appreciate the comments there. Thank you.
Everybody, actually Christina Gonzalez is online and she raised her hand, wanted to respond a little bit further about your preserve versus protect question.
All right. She can probably answer the question around the Home Together plan too.
Actually, I don't think I have that answer, but in the difference between preserve and protect is that preserve is in reference to the affordable housing inventory. So it's preserving the restricted housing units. So make sure when there's turnover and ownership that we're protecting those affordable opportunities. And then protect has more to do with the market rate properties where we have our renter protections, rent stabilization ordinance, relocation assistance ordinance, just cause, all of the kind of policy implementation that we have that are going to protect current residents with their housing stability.
Thank you for a great answer. Perfect. Makes a lot of sense now.
Council member Syra.
Oh, I think these two were ahead of me.
Oh, go ahead.
Just one quick one. I received some emails and calls about you need to do more to protect the elders. You need to do more to protect the landowners. Homeowners who have problems, financial problems. And how about the seniors? So the idea of a registry sounds really good, but it sounds like it'd be a difficult task. Am I correct with that?
If Christina is still there, she can probably respond. It is a staff intensive process. And I know I'll let her share more information.
I mean, Christina, because I would love to be able to find that. I would love to be able to find out what particular elder has a problem in cutting her grass. I'll go over and cut the grass. Or what particular family is having some problems. I can, and I can go to that family, but simply say, we have people who have problems. So how is this solvable?
So it's the rent registry is really ideal for collecting data on what's going on in the rental housing market and also having the contact information of the people who own and manage the property so we can provide better service in the event that there is some sort of code enforcement activity, improves our communication with the property owner by knowing who it is. And then understanding better what's happening in terms of rent increase, because market rate increase is not the same as an actual rent increases that people are experiencing. Understanding unit turnover, vacancy, and more information about termination. So it would help better inform the policymakers about what is happening in the housing market when you have difficult decisions to make. So we've had preliminary discussions with the Homelessness Housing Task Force, and they were in support of putting it on the strategic roadmap so that we would do more analysis of it and have better information to provide to the full council about what it would really take. We've estimated it is going to be labor intensive in terms of needing additional staff, which will increase costs, and we would have to find a budget to be able to fund the project. But it was something that the task force was interested in us studying further with the approval of the full city council.
So registries are somewhat difficult and staff intensive. I understand that. And then yesterday at an interview, I heard a complaint about how, how do we protect small landowners? And I said, well, who are they? How many are there in Hayward? And they have no answer, and I have no answer. Is it 5? Is it 5 dozen, et cetera? So that's why, to me, a registry will be tremendous, but it sounds like maybe difficult. So thank you, Cristina Morales.
You're welcome.
Eric's talked on this.
Okay.
Yeah, Eric, what?
Appreciate that. Very much in favor of development of the St. Regis Behavioral Health Campus. I think that's going to do wonders in our community. I do have a question though about the adding the navigation center to the St. Regis does give us some more control at the St. Regis, which sounds like a good plan, but doesn't it also obligate Hayward PD?
Well, I mean, I think either way, there would be an obligation if whatever facility goes there. So it's, the county would not be providing public safety services if it was a county operated facility. So I think that's why we need to make sure that we're communicating and coordinating protocols and having those developed in advance with PD so that we have some sort of shared understanding of what's going to happen there.
Okay, all right, good, because you know where my mind went was to that other incident we had to deal with. The social impact bond program, I think is brilliant. It's a really great way to get those zombie properties back into being productive. Also for job training, because I understand that that's part of the SIB program. So very much in favor of that. The housing providers, and I think I'm talking to the same people that Francisco was talking to. I don't have a good idea. But yeah, I think we're all there. But the thing is that, you know, I serve as council, I serve as our commissioner to the Housing Authority of the county. And I noticed that there's a very distinct way of languaging about our landlords here in the city and at HACA. And I know that we all have a heart for everybody that's providing housing, but it's not always coming across in how we speak about it. And at HACA, they're maybe because they have more controls in place about how those landlords are providing housing for 8A. I was an 8A, Section 8A provider myself years ago, and I'm just not really sure maybe what the difference is, but folks here in the city of Hayward who are housing providers, first of all, we need them. We can't set up either in the way that we speak about them or in the way that we manage them and put demands on their properties that are going to cause them to want to leave. Because if they do, that's only going to further exacerbate the problem that we have. So we need to do in our languaging and in our policies and our procedures, show up like we're in authentic partnership with our housing providers. And right now I'm getting the feeling that that's missing. Not really sure how to develop that further, but if we ever do go down the line of registry, I think we also need to include, what does it cost for this housing provider to provide it? And then also bring an understanding of where is that thin line where we go over that thin line and it poses such an economic problem for them that they start thinking of other ways to invest their money. We don't want to lose the housing. It's going to create a big problem if we don't manage it. And we need to stay mindful of that up front. Also like the idea of providing information on high school students. In my experience, both as a treasurer for Hayward Education Foundation and interacting with the schools. I'm also currently a tutor at the schools. Big language difference. And a lot of times the students are far more aware of programs that are available and then bring that information home to their families who may or may not have the same ability with language, as well as access to online resources and so forth. So I think we definitely need to bring our programs to the schools and make the schools knowledgeable about what we do. And the better we get at that, the better we will thrive as a city. Thank you.
I'm really excited about the projects on this list. I agree with a lot of what my colleagues have said around St. Regis. I think there is a significant portion of students that are facing homelessness. And so I think being more intentional, especially as we think about Education City, how are we sharing our resources with the school district, other educational facilities to make sure students are able to bring these resources home, especially when the language barrier, you know, some of the resources we have, and students and parents. In Berkeley, when you move into a new apartment, you get a little booklet with like your tenant's rights and information on housing resources. So I'm thinking, is there something that we could produce in collaboration with the school district to help provide materials to students, something along those lines? And then just on the note of the registry, I agree, you know, the landlords are our housing partners in our community. We want to be mindful and bring them to the table as we're developing a registry. The mayor said earlier, we have been picked to be on the data track. And so I see this project as really us honoring that commitment. Colleagues remind you, it will be difficult. It is a large undertaking, but so is fighting climate change. We've never shied away from a challenge. So I hope that we have that resolved when we're approaching a housing crisis, because I don't think we can address a crisis without data. This is an equity issue as well. You know, half of our renters are rent burdened, and of those folks that are rent burdened, it's primarily people of color. So do we have the data we need to write policy that help address this racial disparity? It all comes back to this registry for me. And I just want to share with the public, for folks that are unaware of a rental registry is, the last Housing and Homelessness Task Force report was drafted on it. Folks can access that online. This is a policy idea that came to me by way of Leah Simon Weisberg, who is legal counsel for ACE, that does a lot of tenant organizing work, as well as serves as the chair of the Berkeley Rent Board. So this is someone that has very intimate knowledge with working and organizing with tenants on policies that help protect their housing. So that's where this idea was coming from. I just wanted to be clear with, I'm not just firing from the hip, but I advocate for it. This is something that came up a year ago and has gone through our committee process now. And I'm really excited to see us continue to explore it. So I hope we don't shy away from this challenge. I think in our 4 years on council, and hopefully more, this is one of the most significant things we can do towards really addressing the housing crisis, building out this system. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
And before I call on Councilmember Roach, right?
Yeah.
I also wanted to say that one of the conversations that has come out of the Education City Working Group is the president of the Cal State. She is looking at different scenarios to fill student dorms. They're also looking at building more dorms, but right now, if you can imagine this, there's empty dorms right now. And so they're looking at exploring ways to share housing with Chabot College students. So that conversation has gone up, and that will be certainly a conversation that we're trying to sort of frame a policy around as we move forward to the conference, right?
Thank you. Yeah, just on the same topic of the registry. I just want to make sure that the discussion from the Housing Task Force and as Christina said, they're going to bring it to us, that it includes sort of our neighboring cities and the county, since, housing is a regional problem. We've just declared a state of emergency. It seems like the solution will be regional. So if there is some conglomeration of cities that are interested in this and we push, we can sort of push together as a county registry, like that seems to me would be more efficient, because then we're all sharing this like potential structure of a registry. So I'm interested, I'm definitely interested in the conversation going forward. I just want to make sure we're not creating a little microcosm of something that could be useful for the entire county, and would want to look at that going forward, and hoping that that data comes with the discussion for Hayward as well. Yeah, so I want to say about that. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it.
Great, you guys are doing great. You got, and I realize the agenda we're going to do the requirement. If they can about business now. So.
And just for a time check, when is lunchtime?
Yeah, so we're so food is being delivered, or it's being delivered at 11:50, which is very soon. And then we have only a 20-minute break, again, trying to get things moving. So Ethan, we're very close to on track, 5 minutes off, which is. Again, we have Director Mary here to answer a lot of these questions if you have them. So we have 3 objectives for climate change and championing environmental justice. So this one, reduced greenhouse gases and dependency on fossil fuels. You have all seen, I mean, this topic at the climate action. You guys have just adopted a new climate action plan, so some of this you've seen there. And obviously the metric there is the annual community-wide greenhouse gas emissions. We've got number one is implemented year one programs from adopted greenhouse gas roadmap. We have continued a lot of work around EVs and transitioning the city facilities from gas to electric. We're about halfway done with that. That's a maintenance services project. And continue, this says Avenue, I think that was probably a typo, I think it's Ava Energy, I think it was probably autocorrect there, to offer incentives to purchase electrical appliance and in addition, partner with them around e-bike adoption as well. Reduce waste from promoting a circular economy. I know the sustainability committee gives an annual report on waste diverted from the landfill, but we can put that on our dashboard so everyone can see it. And there's going to be continued work on with the compost hubs this year. You can see that happening, as well as Alameda County All It Needs was briefly disbanded, but with the new, some new supervisors in place that wanting to reconstitute it and continue to talk about diverting food recovery. And then finally, the mitigating environmental and climate impacts, with an emphasis on vulnerable communities. We have we used the instead of a special project, now we're gonna be reporting the metric of the number of trees planted directly. We do still have the target of 1,500, as well as number of participants in all of our water conservation programs. We are working towards completion of the tree preservation ordinance. Director Bowser is here too, can speak to that if you have questions. And implementing the year one programs for the environmental justice element, and continuing to work with HASPA to seek funding for the shoreline master plan. And here are all your comments on this. And I'm realizing these are not the right comments. Are these the right comments? Yeah, they are. Yeah. I'm seeing one here about the Hayward sign at Jackson needs to be redone. That seems like it's not in the right space. We will we'll address that one and enhance the way. Great. The rest of them look great. Yes. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Andrews and then Sermenio.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment on the Caltrans comment that I have. I think we should have a stronger partnership with Caltrans, but also looking at ways we can help those homes along the freeway. If there's any trees that can be planted there, it'll also help with the goal of planting more trees in our community. But also, I failed to mention the issues we're having with trash and encampments and making sure people who are living at those exits right now, they are receiving support services that they need, but also need to be relocated. It's highly dangerous for them to be there. And so wanted to see what can we do regularly other than me and Francisco or Councilmember Sermenio emailing sporadically and frequently. I think we need to have a stronger regular partnership with them because community doesn't necessarily understand that that is not our property, but it impacts our community. And then the same thing with Union Pacific as well. I know this is more of neighborhood enhancement, whatever it is, but it does impact infrastructure there as well. So just wanted to see if that's possible, if we can have a stronger partnership with them.
Councilmember Sermenio. Oh, was that?
Those Alex, I mean, Director of Mayor.
Oh, okay.
Say something.
I lost track.
Yeah.
Absolutely, we heard you. We are working with Caltrans. I'm sure that they do a better job regarding the trees. They have told us that their regulations, they cannot have trees within certain feet, certain distance of a freeway limits. But as far as cleaning goes, absolutely, there is a lot to be done, including interchanges such as A Street interchange that is always problematic. Union Pacific is extremely difficult to work with.
Okay, Councilmember Sermenio and then, Roach.
Thank you for the report, Alex, and colleague Andrews. I agree with you 100%. And we will keep harping and pushing Caltrans to do something. So we mentioned on here, good programs, excellent, good job. We do mention working with Hotspot. Maybe we could also include continue working with Stop Waste and with Save the Bay, because they're also good partners, not just simply a Hotspot. So that's excellent. I also wouldn't mind throwing out there 1,000 trees, 10,000 trees. 100,000 trees. I would love to see I think that would also be a good partner with us for us. So maybe include those three. Thank you.
Councilmember Roach and then Councilmember Goldstein.
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to highlight the idea of, prioritizing charging stations at multifamily buildings. I just think we might get more bang for our buck since individual homes have their own plugs at home. But if we're really gonna sort of try to transition to mass car adoption, we have to be able to provide those there. And I know that's a partnership with Ava, and we've been talking about it. And maybe, just getting more creative with some large store lots, even if the charging sort of times out by 7 a.m. or something, so they don't worry that their lots are going to be taken up by people that don't come get their cars in the morning. I think might be, I think we talked a little bit about that as well. And then to the frontline communities thing, I just whatever best practices are now about trying to reduce that exposure to particulate matter. Because even while we transition to EV cars on the freeway, there's still tires, and I believe a lot of that particulate matter comes off the freeways from tires, right, from the rubber. And so what are best practices around the country that are attacking this? Because it's a sort of traditional thing that low-income communities aren't next to freeways. And so, I assume everyone in every jurisdiction is trying to figure out how to reduce that exposure. Because it goes to, like the most vulnerable community has, higher rates of asthma. We already know that. And these are part of the reasons why. And what we can do as a community to be a leader in that, I think would be amazing as part of our environmental justice program. And then on the airport emissions, we talked about that in the dais before, and I have talked to Dr. Mary about that we're going to be talking about that. You want to say a word about that?
We are definitely going to include emissions from the airport. It was an unintended oversight. I can tell you, using the word de minimis, the amount of emissions from the airport is going to be de minimis compared to the emissions from the freeways. We are going to be happy to include that, so you have the information we are working on.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. Let's see, and then the last thing is, I like, I don't know what Councilor Adams think of this, but I like the idea of Keep Our Work Clean and Green taking on some amount of the tree discussion. Perhaps it's a sort of education day on tree, not to make them
To have a plan of 100,000 trees on our task force, so she's a strong advocate.
Oh, okay, so it's already there, good, okay. I just think that would be a great coupling, right? I'll get out there and plant a tree to support that for sure. And then back to just the large multifamily EV charging station. Even better would be shuttle stops at the multifamily, apartment complex, especially on Mission Boulevard. Like that would go even further, since we know the number one exposure is from cars. That's gonna sort of work even better. So thank you, that's all.
Councilmember Goldstein.
Like that we'll be including the airport emission metrics. Definitely in favor of the e-bike rebate program. But I think we also need to perhaps do something to invite people to use their bikes. And so some communities do bike races, and maybe we could host a race and maybe have a separate category for e-bike. Doesn't necessarily have to be a race, because I know it could be really problematic. Sideshow. I'm not going there. I'm not going there. Not going there. But I kind of like the idea of doing some outreach and engagement that will actually get people on their bikes, out of their homes, onto our streets. Because I can tell you just my own perception. I've got a great bike, but I never take it out and ride it here. I take my motorcycle. What's the difference? I got a pedal. I'm in shape, good enough anyway, to take a bicycle work, to get here. So I started thinking, why do I not do that? And it's just habit. So if we can start to shake up the habit and get people on their bikes, even if it's just for a fun event, I think it'll do some good. Heating and air conditioning are very expensive component, summertime, wintertime, and heat pumps right now are very expensive, but a great alternative to the kind of infrastructure that most homes and businesses currently use. So replacing HVAC with heat pumps. But because of the expense, I think we're going to need to develop some partnerships, maybe with AVA, maybe some state and federal grant opportunities to make that attractive to homeowners who may be ready to make that replacement. Maybe they've already got a burned out HVAC unit, they need to replace it. Going to a heat pump would make a lot more sense for our sustainability than replacing what they've been using for many decades. So heat pump, I hope we'll look into that. An objective to reduce waste and promoting a circular economy. Stop Waste is looking for partners to get restaurants in particular looking at reusable containers. And they've got a whole kind of economy built, if you will, of portable washing units that would make it economically affordable, even for a smaller restaurant, to get rid of the disposable containers and start using reusable. So they need cities like us to start to promote that and work with that. So I hope we'll take that on. And love the idea of the tree and canopy research that we're doing. I think that's really important. A lot of folks in my neighborhood, in the Fairway Park neighborhood in particular, have often talked about the canopy and how that could help keep heat temperatures down. But it's also a beautifying thing. I mean, when we look at, some of the luxury neighborhoods in the cities surrounding us, one of the things that we often look at is the tree canopy. And, we've got ample opportunity to build canopy here. And I like the idea that we're looking at that. I had something else I wanted to talk about, but I forgot what it is. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks. And just a quick comment on the bike events. I'm on ACTC and Director Amiri certainly knows that one of the things that I've been putting Hayward front and center in the discussion is that they are searching right now, and there's I forget the name of the program, but they're trying to pilot a program where they purchase or they give rebates. I'm asking for a straight out purchase of bicycles for every middle school student in the city of Hayward, if not every high school student in the city of Hayward. And so we're working on that right now. And but it is part of a much larger transportation program that they're launching. But we're working on it. Councilmember Sire.
Thank you. A few points. I think touching on Councilmember Roach's topic of how do we, really address frontline communities that are facing pollutants from the highways. I think this is why we really need to be champions for our public transit partners, because it's the public transportation that pulls people off the roads. And we have BART and we have AC Transit that are facing fiscal cliffs in the next few years. And if they go under, we're talking about tons more cars going on the road. So just what does it mean for a city to be a partner and a champion for our public transit system? It's one of the most effective ways we can address what I think is a larger state and federal funding issue, because we can't fund BART on our own. On the topic of e-bike adoption, I think this is project 6 under objective 1. I know that I was the person that was really championing, making sure that we have electric transit infrastructure that supports e-bikes. But after having conversations with some of the folks from Bike Hayward and some e-bike riders in the city, really what's missing is just a lot of basic bicycle infrastructure like bike parking. And it doesn't have to be flashy. I've seen huge debates online about what the best bike parking looks like. And the consensus is just the simple upside down view. Like the cheapest one available is the most practical. But how many of those do we have across the city? When people do take their bikes out, one of the reasons maybe they're not making it a habit is because there's nowhere to park it. And if you get this nice rebate and you get a $2,000 e-bike and then it's stolen by the time you walk back outside of the restaurant you stopped at, you're never going to ride a bike again because that's a horrible experience. So, just having an eye toward this is another way we get cars off the road as well. Is what is the just not even e-bike, just the basic bicycling experience like in Hayward right now? And what is can we prioritize the installation of bike parking in high traffic areas in our city to encourage folks to leave their house, be able to safely park their bike and, trust that it'll be there when they get back. And then just like the last question around tree planting. So I saw a comment was that we're doing this preservation ordinance, but it does not include planting more trees. I think the 100K tree folks have an idea around some type of workforce development program of getting folks involved in, having a structured program around planting trees in collaboration with the city, HUSD and HARD. I'm just curious if we're not the ones planting trees ourselves, is there room for us to look into cooperating with them? And if not them, is there something around our collaboration with HARD and HUSD on something?
Maybe ask Sarah to jump in on that ordinance that's being developed, because I know all of those stakeholders are going to be part of the community engagement process as we move forward. I think one of the challenges with planting trees is not the planting, it's the maintenance. And so really being thoughtful about the impacts on our maintenance staff, and then how do we partner with community members to make sure that there's some way to have a protocol or system in place for community members to help with maintenance. So I'm going to Sarah, do you want to add?
Yeah, I would just say that our maintenance department does have a grant that they're moving forward with related to trying to get a tree count and get an understanding of what our tree count is in the city, so that we can really get a sense of where are we deficient in various areas of the city. The tree preservation ordinance is really an update to our existing ordinance around tree preservation and tree removal and the replanting of trees, and making sure that we're providing some flexibility and options. I think there's been a few instances where on private development projects where people were removing a few trees, replanting, but maybe the site was tight, it was hard to place it. And there wasn't a lot of flexibility in the ordinance to provide other alternatives for them to maybe pay mitigation in lieu of planting the trees that could go into a fund. And then that fund could be used to plant trees in other parts of the city that we might have some deficiencies in the tree canopy. So I think in combination of the ordinance that we're working on in development services and the work that the maintenance team is doing through their grant opportunities, I think we'll have some synergy to then maybe partner with some of the agencies and those groups that are wanting to do additional tree planting. So I think we need to get a lay of the land, understand what our current situation is, and then look at how we can utilize that data to inform what additional work we.
Great, thank you for that overview. I mentioned it because I know the 100K volunteers in our city have planted, I think, a couple of thousand trees at this point. Obviously, maintenance is an issue, and they're trying to develop a system around that. But just making sure they're kept in the loop so we're not duplicating efforts, or we save efforts because we have a community workforce that's interested in helping out, on their own time.
Councilmember Roach has a very short comment. 5 words.
I just wanted to add to what Dr. Prosser just said, that we have had discussions now with some of the people that are part of integrated trees, and I'm trying to talk to your very point about partnership. I don't think there's an answer to that yet.
Yeah.
But so appreciate you reiterating that. And one other thing we talked about looking at the ordinance again was the understanding of private citizens to know that once a tree was planted, what their responsibilities are, and making sure we're doing an education update on not just the landlord, but often it's the renter that didn't get the update. So we talked about ways to potentially do that, because not everyone knows you're supposed to be watering your tree in the median once it's planted there, especially if you're like the second or third renter to when that tree was there. And so we did have discussions about how to do that, maybe in QA, I don't know, to let people know, like, that's on YouTube. Okay, thank you.
Quote of the afternoon will be, that's on you, dude. Mary, are we at that 11:50?
All right.
Can we go get lunch, or is lunch,
Chris has made sure there's lunch outside.
or is lunch on you, dude?
So you've got 20 minutes that you would need to do.
But we can meet and discuss, no?
I am not making that decision. You wanna-
safety. And first of all, before we get started, I just wanted to thank staff for lunch. Yep, it was good. And we have the police chief is here. And we have Thomas here. Sarah, you know, we have Director Bowser here, Director Mary. I have to say that right now, this is probably the safest building in the downtown English.
Minus balloons.
I know, mine is black. Except if you were a balloon, you're not safe. You are not safe. Anyway, go ahead.
Great, okay, so this is the enhanced community safety, so where this particular group, we are reporting to the new public safety committee. And so we pulled together some working with fire, and we pulled together some metrics that they're intending to be reporting out both on the public dashboard as well as to the safety committee. And so the first one, slide for first rate emergency response services. Police and fire will be reporting on their response times, dispatch on scene and incident types. They have much, actually, a lot of our data is more of a biannual or annual, but they have much more real-time data that they are able to share, so they'll be able to share with you. And then the main projects for this are expanding the physical, is really both, all of these are focusing on the dispatch center because there was a big assessment on the dispatch center, and that's a lot of work and a huge focus right now. So expanding the physical space at the dispatch center, filling all the vacant dispatch positions, you know, and that's why we need more physical space, and also implementing the emergency medical dispatch. So that's the huge focus, taking up a lot of staff time. Oh, I switched this slide. So objective 2, around emergency preparedness. Our metrics here are the percent of city of Hayward employees trained to FEMA standards for appropriate position qualifications, and the number of CERT members trained annually. Fire department staff has been working pretty in depth with the consultant team this year, doing a lot of training. So completing the update to the comprehensive emergency management plan is on the slate for next year. And you were sent an attachment along with your survey with updates as to where they've gone so far. So and then providing training to council, to you all, about your role in an emergency. And I believe there's looking backwards, kind of what have we learned from the fact that we've had several states in emergency in the past 3 years. And then finally, implementing some changes to the CERT program. Objective 3 is enhancing community access to mental and physical health services through strategic partnerships and programs. It's very historically, the county has really been the role, the lead role on health and mental, but the city has, for various reasons, stepped in to provide some community services in that area. So the metrics here are mostly around heart response calls, patients receiving preventative care at the firehouse clinic, the number of medical responses that result in a treat and non-transport. But basically, it used to be 5 years ago that every medical call had to be sent to the emergency room, and now we're through some changes that we are able to divert that. And then the number of families served through the police department's Youth and Family Services Bureau, through their mental health services. And the big projects for that is transitioning the heart program from a pilot to a permanent response program, and also transitioning to a new county EMS system. And these are the, these are the comments from the council. Looking forward. Back to you, Mayor.
Councilmember Sutter, thank you.
Thank you. These are fantastic projects overall, and then for the community's knowledge, our recruitment of officers still remains a priority. These are just special projects, but the department is definitely prioritizing recruitment. I think one of the highlights and points of feedback. One was how do we continue to incorporate CSOs? I know there's a staffing assessment happening right now, so I'm really excited to see what comes out of that staffing assessment. How can we implement more CSOs into non-emergency responses? And then around objective 3, transitioning to a new county EMS system. I know also there was a referral around the vulnerable needs registry. I know we have case management through the LINK team. So I think my question is also about that specific registry, but what are we doing around centralized case management so that different departments aren't duplicating or overlapping efforts to service our residents? can answer that. I just wanted to put that out.
I think that's part of the goal of the HART program and the, creating that sort of centralized case management and through the Link program is really, and trying to figure out how we have that software and sort of system. There's also a connection with the county system as well in terms of the coordinated entry. And so having to have some coordination between those. So that's what the team has been working on, is having the systems talk to each other.
Great, thank you. And then my only other comment was, I know that the news gets filled with, robberies and burglaries, but the largest form of theft is wage theft nationally. And so I am curious about what resources we have as a city in supporting folks that feel like they've been wronged by white collar crime. Whether that's connection to specific legal resources, or maybe this is a question for the chief here. How do residents engage with, if you feel like they've been wronged by a white collar? Something like wage theft, for example.
Oh, right. Okay. It's a great question, and I will say that white collar crime is typically a little bit more complicated to investigate because much of it is cross jurisdictional, cross state boundaries, and international. And so I think that there are some significant challenges there. We do have investigators who are specially trained, who can collaborate and are part of federal efforts. With respect to that, but it is a challenge. We encourage anybody who has been victimized to reach out to us. And obviously, we've had that conversation about other things today. And if it's something that is beyond our capacity, we're happy to pass those folks along.
Thank you.
Councilmember Andrew.
Thank you. I wanted to speak to something earlier regarding bike theft. That there are five racks on the hill, and I don't know if there are more of them that are in storage. Maybe you can put those out to help reduce theft. Was also wanting to thank KRPD for the catalytic converter stamping program with ROP. I did talk to ROP last week, and they're interested in doing that program again. It was really successful. A lot of people signed up for it. We trying to see if that's something that can be continued. Maybe not ongoing, because I know we're concerned about staff, but when's the next time we can have an event like that to help with catalytic converter theft?
Absolutely, we can continue that program, and we'll look at the spring of this year, or maybe sometime.
Great. And then also regarding community safety and community engagement, I know I talked to a few officers about looking at the type of sports that were being used to connect with youth. And I mentioned basketball, and somehow magically a basketball team appeared. So I don't think it was me that did it, but I just wanted to acknowledge that whoever did it, thank you for their service on that. I think diversifying the sports can attract more youth to connect with you all. So that's great. Also wanted to know about insurance and seeing what kind of crimes are impacting businesses and then getting their insurance, but also there's some businesses that are coming to me saying they can't even renew their insurance because of what's happening, particularly in Alameda County. Just wanted to see what we can do to support in terms of giving them information on how to protect their business. What can they do to tell the insurance that, hey, Hayward has this program or something, because they're not getting their insurance renewed. Does anyone have any answers around that? I don't.
We don't have an answer to the insurance piece.
Okay.
It's kind of outside of our current, but we'll say though that we have crime prevention specialists, folks that are assigned to this. Part of our work is going out and doing site-specific evaluations. So it's part of the crime prevention through environmental design program. So I would encourage folks who are looking to protect their business to reach out to us. We can plug in with a crime prevention specialist who might have to do site evaluation.
Okay, and then I know that the governor was sending support. I don't know if is it just open or is it Alameda County?
My understanding, and this is just based on the articles that I've read, is that it's the Alameda County.
It is out.
So prosecuting.
Okay. Okay. And then just wanted to also acknowledge that I do see you all at a lot of community events. Just want to acknowledge that. And then also I'm the one that the 24-hour part. I know it's harder than it sounds, but I'm going to keep championing that. And just so you know that I did have a situation on my street. I watched the whole interaction, engagement, and it was resolved without incident. So I just want to give kudos to those officers that have been on my streets. Thank you.
Mr. Mauricio.
In my mind, we have an excellent police force and excellent firefighting force. But they're not mentioned. It's that on purpose. I don't see the word firefighter. I don't see police officers. I don't see, and I don't know if I'm the only one who kind of needs to see something about maintaining an officer's standards.
He has put up the slide.
This is so, yeah, this is the one that we could fall under, but you have comment well taken that if you want to add something more explicit, we can definitely do that for the next draft.
Just to highlight the fact that we are in good hands as far as firefighters and as far as public safety. Thank you.
And I just sort of an editorial comment. I don't think it's that hard of a, well, let me say it before people gasp. I don't think it's that hard to have a goal of 0 homicide or 0, serious, incident rates or whatever, because East Palo Alto, known as the murder capital of the United States, had 0 homicides last year. And, I make sure I texted both the mayor over there and one of the council members, who's a friend of mine. And I was just like, good job, man. I mean, just outstanding. And if East Palo Alto can do it and have such a pivot turnaround, I think we can do too. So anyways, I just wanted to say that. Councilmember Bonilla and then Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. On objective one of the projects is fill all dispatcher positions. Can we expand that to also include police officer positions? I know that that's a real goal.
I would say, yes, that's an aspirational goal, and I think the dispatch one was included because of the specific dispatch improvement study that came before council this past year, but yes, I know the chief would love to fill all.
I would love for everybody to say that. Okay, and then I also support expanding the HEART program to 24 hours. I think that's really important. And just kind of access to that program in general, like I think about the situation that's currently happening at Bank of America right now, and how do we get services out there to support, kind of the sheltering that's happening there. I had put in there, consider renaming objective 2 to something along the lines of strengthening community resilience. I think preparedness is a great activity, but I think the goal is the outcome is to be resilient, to be able to be adaptive to any sort of, safety challenge that comes your way and to be able to rise and be stronger as a result of it. So I like strengthen, emergency preparedness, but something to consider could also be strengthen community resilience, since it's a little bit more inclusive of.
I mean, I think we can probably broaden it to include both, and, but I think.
We'll suggest the language in the piece for the next.
Sounds
piece,
great.
Yeah.
And then where does the ambulance service fit into all of this?
That's county EMS system.
Oh, transition, that's like transition to a new
Ambulance provider.
I see.
Yeah, it's
Got it.
all encompassed in that same.
Got it.
It's my understanding of what that.
Yeah, this was the language that the analyst chose for that. Encompass everything, yeah.
If we solve issues with ambulance service degradation in our city, do we have the kind of authority to move away from the county service and look at something?
We actually don't under state law, and so there's a state legislation, it's like 209, it's 209 rights. So there's certain communities that were granted the ability to continue providing ambulance services. We are not one of those, unfortunately, so we have to fall under the county service system. So.
All right. Thank you very much. That's all I have for this one.
Councilmember.
Yeah, I was just under the sort of access to mental health. I just wanted to ask Chief Matthews. I'm seeing, I know this is anecdotal, but I'm seeing a lot of new faces, especially on the route that I take every day, which is basically Mission Boulevard, Foothill Boulevard, East Street area. it seems like there's a lot more faces. And then just sort of coupling with the experience I had in the point time count that, you know, a lot of these people are not able to make a rational decision on accessing these services. And so I guess my question to you is, first, like, do you agree that we are seeing more cases and why? And is there something, you know, about something that we're doing, you know, to create the environment to attract people here? And then how do you see sort of access to mental health services when they're not rational about processes to get that help?
Those are great questions, and I don't, you know, hoping with the point in time count that was recently done, we'll have an understanding of, you know, kind of what that snapshot looks like and where people are coming from in terms of seeing more folks. I don't just anecdotally, I would agree with that. Why they're coming here is a question that I don't know that I have a comprehensive answer to. Speculating. It is not uncommon that we have robust services that you're providing. People will come from other communities. That's a reality. So if that's something that we're experiencing here. In terms of accessing, you know, mental health, we try to partner with our community-based providers to go out and do outreach. The one thing that's challenging about that work is typically it takes a lot of time to build up trust with somebody and to get them to trust you enough to connect, make that connection to resources. So there's a time-consuming element that just has a staff impact. Part of what the LEAN team within the HEART program and the BQ team in the HEART program are responsible for. And so we are doing that as often as we can, but there is a segment of the unhoused population that is not one services. And the question for us always becomes, you know, where does that line exist and how do we handle those situations? The ongoing problem and challenge that we're all going to be living.
And I know it is. I agree with you. And I'm so impressed with the work that Lindsay is doing. Like, it is so amazing. And I know that work probably never ends. It just has to keep going. I just appreciate so much their sort of efforts to understand that and keep doing that, and that it is these incremental, you know, interactions that they have that will get us there. So thank you all for, you're right. I think the point in time data will really help us with that. Oh, and then also where that goes with the businesses, like one conversation with a young guy from CVS who was out picking up all the trash, you know, that there's that one guy that's living next to the light pole at CVS. And, you know, and he was out there, like he was a young guy and you could tell it was just really, like he couldn't believe he was tasked with this. And he told me that, you know, he wanted to get it done really quick because the PD came back, that they wanted to get it done. And so I just want to make sure, like, whatever those interactions are, that kind of back to my earlier question, that this is a societal problem that I want to make sure we're not sort of like leaving our businesses to sort of just deal with it. And I know, believe me, I know PD's dealing with it too, but how can we create those interactions so that that partnership is not like, you better do this before I get back, instead of like, I know this sucks, but you know, we're all trying to do our bit to help that.
Yeah, I mean, I just think ongoing dialogue, you know, that relationship building piece with folks who are experiencing impacts to their properties. You know, there's also a fine line between, you know, us becoming involved in directing somebody to their property, right?
Yeah.
So we're never gonna come with somebody and say there's stuff up around. There needs to be conversations with
Yeah, no, you're right. And then, and speaking of like the Bacon America one, I assume that's a problem because the owner of that property is not enforcing that, do we know? Because that's a specific one that's growing quickly and like, you know.
Yeah, we've experienced
kind of embedded.
properties before. I mean, property was on this issue.
Thanks. Let's see, and yes, on recruitment, I know you have a new class rate that's coming in, so that's exciting, or a new group, I think that's coming in. And then what else is happening on sort of trying to be innovative on recruitment?
So we have actually moved away from Epic, which was a digital marketing group that we used, and we partnered with a group called All Star. They're very much data driven, and we've seen the impacts of that positive way from that standpoint about the so last year. We have about 30+ people in the building who are part of our recruitment team. They work in all different positions. All the shows, being proactive, getting safe. We're actually working with colleges and universities to get connected with their with a couple of specific. We have an agreement with the military administration that we have found. Folks go there to get recruited by the military, but then there's also an effort by the military to transition out, and so we're working in that space too. There's a lot of stuff going on. We've actually brought one of our retired captains back on board in a first-hand capacity solely to handle issues, and we are seeing the fruits of that. We have 5 graduate on Friday. We have 9 people in the academy behind them. We have 3 confirmed, but we're hoping to have 6 start the academy in March, and we're already pretty my academy. So we are seeing progress, but it's going to take time to build out new things.
Okay, thanks. Well, that sounds hopeful, actually. There's some movement there. And then my last one is, what is entry to youth and family services, especially now that SRO programs going, how do families access those services now?
So there is a direct line, 510-293-7048 is the direct line into services. We have counselors that are working in what we call the DPN, the Delinquency Prevention Network. That's a grant funded program, partnership with Alameda County Probation, any diversion work there. And there are other counselors who are embedded in the schools. So that's how folks typically get access. But we also, Monday through Friday during business hours, have one dedicated counselor who's kind of like the counselor of the day that will receive anything that walks into the building. So if people are needing to access those services, they can just show up to PD and ask for counselor of the day. Take care of them.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Charlie Goldstein, you're next.
Thank you. First of all, kudos on a few of these programs. The HEART program, Youth and Family Services Bureau, I think those are really essential services. Glad to see that HEART's moving into a permanent role. The Firehouse Clinic, also a great program. Glad to hear about the great work with Link also. I think the hardest part really is connecting people to the resources we have. Obviously, there are language barriers. The fact that some of these programs never existed before, so people that have been on the streets for a really long time might not know that they exist, and if they're not already in a relationship that cultivates dialogue with our feet on the street, they might miss that opportunity. So I think it's great that we're doing that. I'd like to see. I agree with my colleague that changing that name to Strengthen Emergency Resilience, I think is an important distinction to make. And I've been in that community myself for about 4 decades, and currently am responsible for the development and retention of a program called ARES or RACES, which are the ham radio operators that embed themselves in our public safety. And here in Hayward, they're aligned with the fire department, other communities, and law enforcement. So I have a role at the sheriff's office that duplicates this effort. And there's been kind of a disconnect, partly because of folks in the local ARES RACES team kind of having aged out. And so they're in the process of reconstituting. I just wanted to let you know. And then what they do is they provide 2-way radio communications with volunteers that live in the neighborhoods, because during a disaster, the EOC may be able to talk to their other partners, right? County, state, whatever. But typically in a disaster, the neighborhoods become isolated. And so fostering 2-way communications is something that's really important for exactly that reason, that resilience. And we've embarked, and I actually head up a 16-county effort to create a mutual aid plan that would enable us to have those radio teams dispatch radio communicators to hospitals, schools, Red Cross, major infrastructure, utilities, and so forth to help support the resilience plan during an actual disaster. So I hope I have your support with that going forward. I would like to, particularly with the police department, some more community and neighborhood engagement. I know some efforts have been put in place in the past. I'd like to see that developed out some more, and especially things like the VIP and cadet programs. In fact, Brian, I'm not even sure we currently have a cadet program in place today.
Yeah, we have an Explore program, for high school age kids, but we are having conversations about a cadet program and then we're working with partner. I'll state each day to have some funding. Student interns, so we're working on it.
It's one of the benefits we've seen from that, since those people that participate in the Explorer or cadet programs are typically from the community. So it helps extend our ability to communicate and develop resources within those communities, so that when people need help, they know they have someone right there in their neighborhood. If they're comfortable, they can go talk to them and not wait to make a phone call and hope that someone they've never met before shows up and responsive to them. So part of this is that whole neighborhood responsiveness, community responsiveness, and those there's big dividends there. Plus, those people that participate in exploring cadet programs often then apply for the professional positions. So now you've got embedded relationships that are already pre-existing that help our community, and some concrete metrics on those has not only been higher rate of participation from the community, but also reduction in crime and a higher solve rate. So some crimes that have maybe gone unsolved for a period of time, sometimes just because relationships there in the neighborhoods are existing, help solve those crimes. Let's see. I agree with Council Member Syrup that wage theft it's an issue. It comes up from time to time, and the members of our community that generally are affected by that are also the least likely to want to go to law enforcement and report that. So we need a mechanism. I know that the unions have spoken up about this and have said that when they're talking to their union members and even people that are working at sites that are non-union, when they talk about wage theft, they're willing to carry that forward. They usually take that to the DA's office, hoping to get some prosecution there, but I just wanted to raise that awareness in case you hadn't heard that before. And like the idea of having strike teams to help do the broken window syndrome, so window breakage, vandalism, etc. I also like the idea of incorporating CSOs into non-emergency responses. Again, it goes back to breaking down those communication barriers, but it's also just a matter of efficiency to have people who are, potentially more readily available. Just looking at our overall employment budget, being able to put people that are trained enough to get the job done, but not necessarily consuming our highest paid professionals to go deal with, taking reports or, other things. So any way that we can, find those people, get them trained sufficiently so that they're able to do more outreach with the community. Plus the fact that when they show up, they're in uniform, which presents a great image for our community, for our law enforcement personnel, but they're not wearing a gun. And so the feeling of threat is far reduced. People are more likely to talk to, a uniform with a radio than they are a uniform with bulletproof vest and a gun. It's a different presentation, and it might seem subtle to those of us who, are very familiar with our officers, but people who are living communities that are not, or maybe have, prior history of fear. I think this helps break down that fear and improve our engagement. So I'd like to see that happen. And then in terms of training for our officers, I definitely would like to continue to see de-escalation and customer service techniques be a priority for our officers. I think it really goes a long way to developing relationships in the community when folks in the community, that all segments of our community, gain a level of comfort in talking with their uniformed officer. Thank you.
$10 fine for 3 minutes.
Did I really go over 3 minutes?
Any other short comments? Other short comments? Mary, you're on, and we're on now to create vibrant neighborhoods.
They're at the beach though right now.
Beat us to the beer festival. It is, I'm sure.
I'll be right back.
Great. So yeah, so this is the newer of the priorities. We have, some of these projects have been on before. We were staff did our first attempt to try and refine these. We appreciate you actually had quite a bit of feedback in this section, so we can continue to work on refining what this looks like. But the idea for this one really is, it covers library services, it covers maintenance services, all the work they do for neighborhoods, as well as some of the city manager's office does some work in this area as well. So objective one, investing funding in light reduction. We'll have maintenance services, definitely be reporting on their Access Hayward. All of their, all the reports they get by far the most reports of anyone in the city. And then the number of households participating in the disposal days that they now have, and then an additional, we also report the number of home rehab grants for low-income homeowners. The projects in this area is continue, the council has asked for us to have this strategy around engaging vacant building properties. We haven't had quite enough, we had some vacancies in economic development. So now that they're fully staffed, we maybe think a little bit more about what that strategy could look like. They're gonna think this spring, bring that to you. We have on the create the analysis of the staffing and funding needs for public arts programs. So that's in here. And so and continue to expand. You guys approved a little bit of money, or not a little bit, you approved a substantial amount of money literary collection services that's been rolled out this year, but we'll continue that next year. For objective 2, we actually are just doing metrics. This is really capturing everything our library program and some of our community service programs do. Mostly our library in terms of library patrons, checking out library materials, number of participants and programs by program type. They're excited to report out those numbers. And then we also fund grants to nonprofits to do some arts and music as well. Objective 3, beautify and activate public spaces. We had one metric, although one of you commented that we might need more here, which is speaking about events, both city run and city sponsored events and public spaces, which should activate them. Special projects in this case, we are revamping, rethinking through how we give funding to sponsor, external parties for events. And we'll be bringing our report to council this coming year and getting your input on that. Like, how do we make sure that the money that we have is maximum use in sort of activating space, celebrating all heritages and where we have the city run ones, but these are also the ones that we give money to. And we've kind of, given money to the same events over and over again. So thinking maybe about some metrics of success for them. Work with partners on to launch outdoor programming. So those of you who are able to come to the Stack Center opening on Thursday, we'll have a beautiful outdoor plaza there. And we immediately, once it opens, should be this fall, want to have some pop-up farmers. Like, we might not be ready for a permanent farmers market, but some pop-up events to make it feel active. And also hopefully that will deter any undesirable activities there.
Where was that under, Mary? The farmers markets?
Sorry, it's under number 2. So there's been some discussions for a long time about maybe having a South Hayward farmers market. And it would be possibly at that community event plaza. It's set up to you can drive onto it once it's built. You can drive onto it, and it will have all the plugins and the sewer outlets for the trucks.
Good.
We designed it with that in mind. Maintenance Services is completing the Jackson Corridor landscape project and including the monument sign on Silva. That is in the way. It's coming. It's coming within the next 6 months. So, and then we've repeated that public art. So thanks. I think someone pointed that out, but there it is. So we're really gonna do it.
Yeah.
We definitely. And then objective 4. This one was we were trying to think of the right language around this, so we didn't hit the mark, let us know, but really this idea of supporting volunteerism, civic leadership, and community-led initiatives. So celebrating our volunteers, but also tracking those numbers for you guys. And number of students, we had a very successful mock city council program, and there's been some comments about wanting to maybe expand that to additional high schools. So one of the goals for the year is to create a simple online volunteer hub that should match volunteers with opportunities this year. To you and added this last year, we're in initial conversations about access to community meeting rooms at Heart and HSD. It's, you know, there's, it's, I think gonna be a very longer term thing, but we have stopped thinking about that and we're adding it again this year. Completing the interpretive signs in Art and Heritage Plaza, the Indigenous, piece for the Indigenous will go, Indigenous, Heritage piece will go in this spring. And then the Russell City group around the art has been meeting very regularly. They have some thoughts, but they're gonna focus first just on the interpretive sign, to sort of document the history and then think more about the art piece in the longer run. And then the last project here is the Russell City Restorative Justice Project. And as you heard, that the work session is coming in March for you to hear more about that. And these are council's comments. Is it two? Oh, and there's 2 pages of comments for this one.
Let's see, colleague Syra, then Andrews, and colleague Bonilla has a $5 fine for speaking out of turn.
$15 right there. All right.
I think I'm really excited about these programs, especially seeing, increasing access to community meeting rooms and facilities in collaboration with HUSD and HART. As a reminder, during our strategic roadmap retreat last year, that we each got 2 stickers and there was 15 total, which means, we really wanted that project so much that one of us broke the rules. I don't think it was me, but it could have been. So I'm really looking forward to seeing us make progress on that. I think to me, this is part of the Education City vision in my mind too, is how our schools and our campuses are an integral part of our community and facilities that they provide there. The South Hayward Farmers Market, I've been working closely with AIM, so I just want to provide some small updates on that. Right now, we're looking to pilot a smaller version of a farmer's market in the South Hayward parking lot. The details for that and a budget request for that will be coming forward. And then once the snack center is created, ideally that would be the permanent home for a South Hayward farmer's market. But I think we're still trying to feel out the feasibility. And I think there's more that we are going to want to do to help promote the downtown farmer's market to encourage AIM to want to stay in Hayward as a farmer's market operator altogether. Along the lines of the Jackson Corridor landscape beautification, when we talked about having our vision promoted out there, it might be nice to have printed versions of our vision near specific signs or pedestrian walkways. It's a long vision, so maybe there's a nice way to make it a smaller plaque or something. And obviously, we would update it fairly regularly, so I don't want to invest too much time or resources into this. But how are we and where are we communicating this vision in front of City Hall or different neighborhoods? I can see that being part of this. And then I guess I just had a question around the vacant building properties and enforcing against owners of empty storefronts. Does this belong here? Does it belong in really growing the economy? We had a lot of conversation about this already earlier in the discussion. So I'm just curious, when we talk about cultivating vibrant neighborhoods, this specific point's focus on the downtown, I feel like takes away from the spirit of what this specific item is about. And so I wonder if, we can move that to grow the economy versus having it here specifically, unless we're also talking about vacant homes and blighted homes. I think those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you for this section. I'm very excited about it, particularly with maintenance. They do a lot of innovative things in that department, and the disposal days are wildly successful. I would love to continue that. Keep everything in green. As you know, they continue to do the yard sign contest, and residents love it. We had one resident love it so much they joined the task force after getting winners. So I hope we can continue that program. And then also they do have a new program started by task force member Leah Martinez with helping seniors with their yards. So I know that was mentioned earlier, but there is an event happening in August. So just wanted to highlight that initiative. I'm excited about the efforts for Russell City, excited about the South Hayward Park activation with the farmers market. If we continue to work with Park to activate that space, I'm really frustrated with Park. I'm just gonna say it right now, because that lot is a nuisance. Yes, it's an asset for our community to use Park, but it also causes a lot of problems. So they need to activate that space in order for us to redevelop that space. So any board members listening, I'm talking to you all. And then wanted to also talk about Foothill Boulevard. Councilmember Roche and I, we did submit a referral on figuring out ways to make sure Foothill Boulevard is looked at strategically and partnering with our different groups, whether it's the chamber, DHIA, district works, maintenance, police. I think it's all hands on deck. It is a gateway to our city. People use it to go through our city. And it's an opportunity to help businesses on B Street. If Foothill looks good, then they want to see the rest of downtown. So just wanted to see what are the opportunities there for collaboration and focus. I'm concerned about the broken windows as well. And then also looking at some of the beautification opportunities there. So I don't know if staff has had an opportunity to look at that yet, but that is a high priority need for me. And then I wanted to thank all the council members involved in the Mock City Council. I know this is something I've always talked about, even on planning commission, and I was able to stop by prior to the event. And it was really great to see all the students here and for them to get to know their city council members, but just educating the community on what city council is, who they are. So you guys realize the dream for me, so appreciate all your work on that. So I don't know who led that. Oh, you the man. Thank you, Zach, for doing that. I've been asking them for that for literally years, so thank you for that. And that's all. Thanks.
Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. When we look at objective 3, the beautify and activate public spaces, I know that we have the Jackson corridor on there, but I thought we had somewhere at one point a strategic priority around revitalizing the Tennyson corridor. Where does that fall into any of these priorities? Because I didn't see it on there.
Well, so the landscape medians on Tennyson are actually complete for the most part. If you, the ones in the middle. So that was what that was. If there's other things that you want to direct staff, I guess this is your opportunity.
Oh, because when I drive down there, I still think that there's so much beautification opportunity to be had. So maybe I don't know if this is the right forum to discuss it, but I would like to see more of a concerted effort on revitalizing, or maybe revitalizing isn't the right word, but beautifying Tennyson.
Got it.
And, like bike lanes, like, looking at rehab repairs when you go down the, the city, like the street. It's such a thriving corridor, but when you drive down it, it looks like an economically depressed corridor because we haven't done I think the appropriate investments in that part of the community. So when we look at beautifying or landscaping, I think that absolutely has to be included there, like everything from, the lighting to, just the complete community on that Tennyson corridor.
Got it, great, yeah, so for maintenance services, this land beautification really is the median, but we can think about streetscape, other streetscape.
Perfect.
Yeah, and I just saw the director of public works give me a thumbs up.
Oh, good.
Excellent. And the other thing too, because there's another thing that's going on Tennyson right now. It is the Caltrans doing all of the construction and rehab, and it does look rather drab. And I'm not excusing it or explaining it. I'm just saying there's a lot of construction going on from Patrick Avenue to Calaroga. So hopefully once that is done, they'll improve it, right? The other, just another little caveat to what you just said. It's also quite nice to have Caltrans in Hayward now on Jackson and Santa Clara. So if we have a concern, we can just drive over there and knock on their door.
Excellent. And we will. We will. Wanda and I will.
All that, but
A little plugging because I can for that. So we held a participatory design group with 19 people for the Stack Center, and their number one request actually was they wanted lights like the downtown. The city.
Good. Great. I mean, I live, not too far from Tennyson, and I would love to go run down that street. It's not really conducive to doing that. But anything we can do to beautify it would be great. And I love that kind of participatory way of bringing the community together so they can design a space in which they can thrive. I also am fully supportive of the South Hayward Farmers Market. I can't wait to, get that moving. And then as we think about objective 4 with, civic leadership and things like that, I was just wondering if there was an opportunity for my colleagues and maybe staff to consider moving some of our council meetings back into the community. I think you guys have done that at one point before, and that could potentially, encourage more civic engagement within our council meetings and just more broad awareness of the work that we do. If we take it to, Tennyson, or I'm not gonna come up with new ideas because I've done it before. I'm just asking to maybe reconsider some
We
of
have
those
that in
things.
the council handbook is to try and have one meeting remotely, and I think just given the cyber attack last summer, that created some heartburn, and we're just making sure that things are recovered, but I know we had done it at Matt Community Center, but we can look at other spots as well, definitely.
Great.
The SAC Center the second phase will have entirely set up a meeting room, just like the council chambers that has all the virtual capacities. But that is, of course, years away, but that is one part of that project.
Perfect. And those are the comments that I have for this section. Thank you.
Councilmember Roach.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to emphasize Councilmember Andrews' comments about the Foothill Corridor and how important that is to lead people into our downtown. And also we talked a little bit about like even signage, we have the great green gateway sign to welcome to Hayward. If we could sort of continue that to all these spaces, like, to sort of like arrows, some mini version of it that I'm sure those are really expensive. They look like they are. Then also one into the Tennyson corridor, both from Mission Boulevard and from when you get off the freeway, so that we're continuing that sort of, like the constant messaging everywhere. Or even some public art, like big H's that go into Tennyson, that go into downtown, something consistent. So everyone sees those are our Hayward hotspots, like, some version that I think would probably be great to have everyone realize like, oh, this is another area in downtown.
If our sister city Faro can have a giant Instagrammable H.
Yes,
we'll take photos
exactly.
with, we should be able to
Yes.
see our H's as well.
Yes, and I've seen the H. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it might be a great sort of iconic thing, our little and then we can use those as marketing spots as well, because I mean, everyone needs to know where they're supposed to head to get services. And yes, on the enhancing the Foothill corridor leading into that, because I love those decorative fences that have been put up at the old Holiday Bowl site. They're just little mini sort of like sections, but they do a great job of delineating like the walking area and the sort of safety between the street and the people coming out of their houses right there. And I think if we had something like that in Foothill, it wouldn't feel like you're walking on the edge of a cliff that's potentially going to get killed by traffic, which is kind of the imperative, I think I've said before, like, when my kids were little, I wouldn't bring them along there because the potential for them, like my son was a runner and he would just like see something he liked and run. And so even the safety of it, like that gives me heartburn. So I would love to see us try to do something like that. We can keep talking about that. Let's see, on the volunteer hub, every high school in the city is looking for volunteer opportunities. I get questions from parents all the time, like, who can I talk to? Where can I find that? So both like having the hub and then getting the information out on the hub, like, there's a huge army of at least high school volunteers. And then I'm sure they would love to have like volunteer opportunities in PD. Oh, he's not there anymore. PD and fire and event planning in the city and all the different opportunities that we have in the city. There would be an army of like at least young volunteers for that. So I really like that idea. Yeah, on the Mod City thing, thank you, Zach. Like, Zach's a great teacher. He really led these sessions that was kind of informative and educational to the kids, and I just really appreciated that. And then the teacher that I knew, Sandra Navarro, Tennyson High School, and we can consult her on going citywide on that. I know you're in contact with her because that was such a cool day, right? I mean, numbers were there. And I just thought that was such a great way to get our youth enter, like understanding how they can talk to us and access us. And then, some of us went to lunch and, there we were with them. And I thought, what a great way for us to be reaching out to the community and like shepherding that next generation. And then, in collaboration with Education City, it seems like it's a perfect one to go citywide. Let's see, great. So, to your point, Councilor Syrup, about sort of whether we put this idea of vandalism, the breaking of windows, like I really think I mean, obviously I carried that forward in almost every section here. Because I think this idea of like third spaces, I think they call it, is really important. And like in my conversations, weren't just downtown, they were Fairview Park, they were up at the where Pearl's Cafe is, because all of those places have been hit. And then what happens is the community doesn't necessarily feel safe to enjoy those third spaces because they see this as a blighted area or places like they don't want to stick around for too long, so maybe they'll get some to go. So I do think it's important to sort of just continue to bring that everywhere. And then the other one I've heard several times now is the grocery outlet shopping center on Hesperian. That's not looking so great either. And so I think sort of keeping that, doesn't have to be sort of a police action, but just remembering that this is what's stopping us from having vibrant neighbors, for people to feel good in their local shopping mall. So I did think it was important to keep carrying that forward. And those are all my comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Goldstein.
Great comments there. Hey, at the risk of getting yet another fine, but I just wanted to throw out again, kudos to the Hayward Police Department. They're putting on a motorcycle safety class. It's free, it's to the public, and it's not limited to Hayward residents. It's a great way, again, to build relationship with the community while we're also enhancing vehicle safety. I think there's room to do something with cars too. I know the Sheriff's Office has a paid program called VBOP, Emergency Vehicle Operations. They would probably want to rebrand that for, just regular car drivers, but it's how to control your vehicle under emergency circumstances. And I hope that we can pursue projects like that. I'm very much in favor of the farmers market. So all of you that are in support of that, seeing that happen in South Hayward, great idea. Love the idea of Heritage Plaza art to honor the indigenous and Russell City heritage. I think anything that we can do to further establish a welcoming presence in our community, I think we should do that. Building Hayward Pride, those signs over the roadways and the other fantastic things that we do that don't just beautify, but they actually, I think, reach people in their heart and help them identify that we are a community, all of us. And I think, so those Jackson Corridor landscape beautification and the signs there, I think, great idea. I'm in favor of that. And okay, since I'm keeping it short, can I have my fines forgiven?
All right, so also picking up third spaces, I'm getting a lot of complaints about our gyms, parking lots, and I know that's a private development or business, but I do feel like that is very important third space. We have a bunch of them in Hayward, and we can find some way to support that, because people want to go work out, but they don't want to work out if they're going to risk their car getting vandalized. So if that's something that can be worked out with PD and figure out with vibrant neighborhoods, that'd be great. Then also wanted to also recognize that, I'm looking at possible for Juneteenth and seeing how we can balance that kind of request with having marquee events, the same support as MLK, something over Juneteenth. And then also I wanted to acknowledge, yes, the lighting on Tennyson would be great, because we also have cyclist safety issues. So not just about vibrant neighborhoods, making it safer for our cyclists and pedestrians. And then I want to give kudos to the Economic Development Department, because they already have a giant inflatable H. If we could just bring that thing out once in a while, take pictures next to it, just in the interim, while we can get some permanent public art, that would be great. Thanks.
Councilor Syra, thank you. Sorry to double dip here. I realized I had much more comments. I just want to like +1 Henderson beautifications. I'm not in Rotary, so you can't find me. Sorry. +1 Henderson beautification. I really agree that there's a lot we can do to make that feel like part of the city's DNA, which right now I don't think it entirely does. And I think about a city like Alameda, they have really two distinct kind of downtown corridors, and I can see Henderson being that yin to the downtown's yang, for lack of better term. It's Lunar New Year. All right, so dog droppings. I never thought I would become this person and make yeah, but millennials are having less kids because it's really expensive and they're adopting more dogs. And I'm just saying, as we prepare to grow as a city, we got to be mindful of this as a public health hazard. And I'm being facetious, but I'm also being serious. Yeah, really bad. And Carlos B, there's not, a single receptacle. So the lawn between the road and the sidewalk is just covered completely if you look at it. And I've seen trees with 300 bags This is maintenance, yeah, and I say this because my family's adopted that block, so we're the ones fixing it up and, so I wouldn't be critiquing it if I had not been trying to be part of the solution here, okay? So I just, I do think as we look at investing in cleanliness and blight reduction, I do wanna know, what would it cost to pilot installing some of like the doggy waste baskets that we have right outside the city hall and in Heritage Plaza, a little trash can, bags, and the signs to pick up after yourself. How much does it cost to install one of those? And what would it take to maybe use our data from the Keep Hayward Clean and Green Task Force to inform, these are the trouble areas, let's put up a few of these to, it's a public health issue, like when those things dry up, that gets into the air, that gets into our waterways, it causes illness, like it's defecation and we should address it, so I just.
I requested dog disposal.
And throw my feed bags away every.
Yeah.
At Palmacia Park, they added because you have to do that in their little access equivalent.
Yeah.
So you can ask the local parks to install as well.
We need Central Paris on this.
Okay,
They had
yeah.
already proposed it.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously a part of nature, a part in this, but so okay, we get the dog dropping part. I'm glad we're on the same page about this. I would like, similar to us appreciating participatory design, the Snack Center, that's really what the spirit of the People's Budget was about. So I do hope that we continue to revisit what a sustainable People's Budget looks like, because we spent $350,000 and had 12 projects across the city. We activated St. Rose, a new community garden in North Hayward, bilingual tutoring for hundreds of students. For really, to me, I know that the staff ask was a lot. So how can we do something like that sustainably is a question I hope we continue to answer that I think fits in here because it activates all these neighborhoods and the people are the ones, our own residents are the ones that are activating it. Volunteer Hub, I just want to suggest a lightweight way of doing this could just be, what are the nonprofits in Hayward? Like, can we just start by compiling a list of all the different organizations and nonprofits and sharing that more widely with the school district? Because there's these opportunities and people can have the initiative to reach out. Okay, I'm sure I'm almost done. And this is more of a question. So I'm really in support of public arts, obviously. I feel like there's this larger umbrella of neighborhood services that we're seeing form here. I know we've had a conversation about this before, city manager. So I guess what is the appetite or what are thoughts around just kind of like the beginnings of a neighborhood services division or department? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's something that I know we've been talking internally about how do we position special events or community engagement, neighborhood partnerships, and is there some sort of synergy around those in some sort of neighborhood services division? So I think that's something we started talking about in last year's budget process. It just didn't seem right yet. So I think this year we can definitely have that conversation. So.
Thank you. And the last comment I'll make here is Councilmember Goldstein inspired me by telling me about the motorcycle training courses. How are we teaching our youth how to take the bus or ride public transit? Like, this is a serious question. Like, how are we developing a new generation of public transit riders? To me, this is part of the Education City vision too. It's like, if we're trying to fight climate change, does our youth feel comfortable taking a bus or are they intimidated by it? And it's complex to them. So they end up never being a lifelong rider. I just want to pose that question because I think this is something we can think about around messaging and getting folks to engage with it. I don't know if PD wants to escort a class of students onto a bus, so they feel safe doing it, right? Like, but what does that look like, right? So, yeah, just wanted to throw that out there as a potential partnership.
I just, before you ask your question, I wanted to ask, and this is gonna be a serious question, so please don't laugh. What is the rule on the doggy bags after, when you pick up, the doggy waste? Like, what do you do? Like, I throw them in the trash can. I see people throw them out in the trees, they throw them out in the bush. I mean,
You should put them in the trash can.
yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, okay.
If you want to be environmentally conscious, buy compostable dog bags. That's what they make them. They're little, not as sturdy sometimes, but there are brands that are sturdier than others.
So when you say not sturdy, when you say not sturdy, double bag, you're saying double bag?
Yeah, so you, get the, compostable ones, double bag. So I mean, they are supposed to go in the trash can. Yes, that is where they're.
Not on the shovel.
Because, because, on the shoreline, like out the shoreline, they're all over the place.
Yeah, and that's something, I mean, I think we should talk with these regional parks and hard, it was like good facility, receptacles and getting stuff out there.
And the other thing is, in the 14 years that I've been here on the city council, I think today is the first time that we have talked about dog poo bags.
I said, if that's the worst problem we're facing. Really good.
Right?
It was like, okay.
Okay, Councilmember Sermi.
Just a quick 3 comments. See, in my mind, objective number 1 is the most important of all, simply because it would help us build pride in our city, and that's tremendous. People's budget, I think, is very resident, people oriented. We have to make sure that we follow through on it. And Tennyson Corridor, wife and I landed in Hayward, 1978, a block away from Tennyson, and we're 2 blocks away from Tennyson. So there are many things that we can do with Tennyson, lighting, etc., making it safer. I love to see a park course on Tennyson. There are certain little pockets where you put a park course equipment all along from the Industrial Boulevard all the way to Michigan. So, park course.
Park course.
Like that, right, fairly
Yeah,
exercise.
I mentioned. Yeah, so it's one way to get people walking or bicycling. Thank you. Good job, Maria.
So we have, how many to go?
One left.
We have one left,
Do this.
and we have, 30, about 40 minutes. Okay. And it's thirsty because I don't, yeah, after we get past this last one, because I really don't see a whole lot of questions coming from the council on this one, but go ahead. And feel free to go fast.
Okay, I'm gonna go fast. So, this one is our strength and organizational health, and we have it divided up exactly what our internal service departments are, as well as our communications. So the first one, strength and fiscal sustainability. You can see here, I won't I get this one, I won't read these through, but you can see the ones that are on here. And then the next one, although I will pause on this one, so strengthen customer service access and communication. This is really Chuck's team, but I do want to mention that we, staff also feels that Access Hayward needs a revamp. It's not that people don't use it, it's just, and IT has already gotten quotes from various companies, but it's really about that change management to see how staff can better use it. We have way too many categories in it, so that is on our work plan for this year, looking at you customer managers, but we agree that it needs some attention and addition to the city's folk tree, and sort of thinking about that, so just wanted to mention that. And then, this one's really about HR, strengthening employee engagement, development, retention. And then the last one is really about our IT department, and they're really focusing on what they mean by IT governance. We have a lot of different softwares, and we want to make sure that we are streamlining it so that if you're a customer, you feel like you only have to use one software to access the city, not 10 different softwares. So that's what they mean by that. Okay, so as quick as that, and here's your feedback. Nice.
Great. Before I call on Councilmember Andrews, I did want to sort of make a couple of comments about the organization, and sort of high level comments. And over the years, I've been here, some time, and I know Councilmember Trevino has been here a few years longer than I have. Many of us, a lot of you have been here just, less than a year and so forth. But I did want to just say a couple things. One, I just wanted to acknowledge just the strength of this organization, right? The city of Hayward is, I interact with a lot of mayors up and down the county, and I interact with a lot of city managers up and down the county. And, and I have to say that a lot of the city managers come from Hayward. and I, and it is a pretty big flex to see that what comes out of our city is pretty good, right? And it's when I look at administrators up and down the county, I can always think about our own administrators, and I see strength, I see competent, I see proficient, technically skilled in their jobs. And so I I just want to acknowledge that. And I know, Madam City Manager, I know you, of course, interact with the executive team, and I know there's some here, but I just wanted to sort of convey that I acknowledge it, and I know the council also acknowledges it. So I wanted to say that. The second thing I wanted to just sort of put out there is, I think as an organization, just reflecting on the work that we've done, particularly around, well, let me go back sometime, go back 10, 12 years. We have navigated through two incredibly historically significant times in our city, an economic catastrophe and a pandemic, right? And what I've seen, both as a council member and now, as mayor, is that, the city of Hayward is durable. We're agile. And I think we plan and we pivot effectively. We pivot confidently, and more so, we pivot in such a way that the community has confidence in the work we do up here. And most importantly, I think when we pivot and when we sort of, navigate through these waters, I think staff also sees the work that we do up here. And, and I know, Councilmember Goldstein often says it from the dais, but I am pretty proud to be part of an organization that we can pivot and we can, deliberately and intentionally make these changes and adjustments. And we could not have gone through an economic catastrophe and a pandemic if we did not have the durability, the flexibility, and just the as my mom and my dad would say, the ganas of staff, right? To get through some of our city's toughest times. And so I just, I wanted to acknowledge that. And a lot of this is because, from the executive team, all the way down from appointed officers, executive team, all across this organization. I think we have seen some incredible work across this city. And not only does staff sees it, but I think the community sees it. I think the city, that, all of our neighborhoods have certainly appreciates it. Lastly, I think what also makes the organization such a thriving place and enables us to pivot and, as priorities sort of change is I look at this process historically. I look at this process as the one process that the council and the mayor, we own this process, right? This is our meeting, right? And I think the city has been able to endure, and the city has been able to sort of really overcome some of the biggest challenges ahead of us because we have a community that's behind us. And I think we have staff and we have a council that is focused on priorities. We're focused on the metrics. We sort of stick to the vision. We stick to what we're tasked to do. And so, I just, as we sort of wrap, sort of this piece up with the strength of the organization, I just wanted to acknowledge that we have some incredible team members led by our executive team that, have historically been committed to the priorities. They have delivered on these priorities, and they've always kept not only us honest, but we've also been able to keep the community honest in terms of the direction that we're going. And so I just wanted to sort of put that on the table, have us think about that as we sort of go through this last part. So I think it's pretty important that we sort of be mindful of that. So with that said.
Point of order. Very well said. Beautiful speech. Find him.
Okay, he's a team leader. I can do that.
So with that said, Councilman Branch.
Thank you, Mayor. Wanted to highlight the Access Hayward for non-emergencies. I'm happy to hear that you all are looking at Access Hayward. I use it a lot and it takes forever for me to input things. So if we can figure out a way to input issues, that would be great. And then I wanted to also highlight communications. I feel like the stack and the leaflet they have been great additions. I think visually they have been great. I know what I'm gonna get once I see that communication. So I think consistency is key and it's very clean. So I just want to give your team kudos. I also wanted to give kudos to maintenance as well as animal services and the police department. I feel like I'm starting to see on social media like easier ways of, oh, this is what's happening at these different departments and this is what's happening in my community. So I want to give kudos to all you for that. I do want to see more from Hayward PD in terms of how do you prevent crime by design efforts, or reducing crime by design efforts. We don't want design by crime. So I do want to see more of that. And I think the Mondays with Mike, I've given kudos on this before, but I do feel like it's a more engaging way to get the community more educated about, how to not get yourself in trouble. So I do like that effort. I want to see more of that. And then in terms of organizational health, whatever we can do to support economic development to help our employees come out of City Hall and participate in more activities Monday through Friday. I know weekends are your weekends. I can't necessarily control that, but I do want to encourage folks to come out and support the businesses in Hayward. Maybe we could figure out some kind of discount program, not necessarily just downtown, like they can go to a dance class at Redefine or whatever dance studio there is, some kind of discount program somewhere they can, get their hair done, like just figure out how to make it more fun to work here in Hayward. And then also encourage them to dine at the establishments. I know there's a lot of employees who bring their lunch, but maybe we can encourage economic development to help them go out and support the restaurants locally. I would be interested in seeing that be a program that's ongoing. Yes, on figuring out how we maintain a healthy reserve. And then I also, the feedback I have here is show the community how we're actually saving money. Because there are some programs where you all have found efficiencies, and I don't think you pat yourselves on the back enough about that. So if we can find a way to present that in communication to the community, let them know, we found this grant, and I know that the mayor does a great job of showing, what grants we signed up for and, promotes it on his Instagram and different other platforms. But I think the city should also do that, and we all can share out to let the community know that that's happening. I was confused about the downtown street party for employees. Is it to say that consider designating a street party for city employees? I was confused by that.
So I wrote that.
Oh, yeah, can you?
So I wrote that. No, I was thinking, we have, we had, you hear companies having these big corporate, these big company family days or these big, events. And I thought, what if we took one street party or we created an event where it is sort of the city of Hayward's day, in downtown. And another reason to party. October. Councilmember Roach and then Councilor.
Thank you. Yeah, first of all, thank you, Mayor, for your comments. I totally agree with you on, that we got such a strong team, city. Yeah, everything we said. Thank you. But let's see, first of all, I wanted to say, I think the new dashboard is going to help in that sort of communication with our community and letting them know what's really going and be able to like direct them there. And yeah, I think you talked to, the way that information comes from the city now, it's so easy for me to forward it. I think, the the heading is easy and I think people can go directly to that. I don't even have to add anything to it. I can just forward it. So I think that together with the dashboard might help us continue to call out the kind of successes we're having and just let us all for that, including, you know, the huge distribution list that I'm assuming the city has. And then the second thing on staff, I want to thank Director Gonzalez from Finance, you know, to sort of give us the real on what's going on. And I encourage her to keep doing that so that, okay, good. Thank you. Because, you know, I think we get excited about projects and we want to see them funded, but we're open to no. And we're open to please wait. And I want, you know, and I think, you know, I want, even though like thank you, I see Director Gonzalez, you know, it's hard because I think what we learned in previous sessions that, you know, we really do have to be cautious and getting that, you know, real information from Director Gonzalez is really helpful. And I want to make sure we're all doing that as we go forward so that we continue to be as fiscally responsible as we can. So thank you, Director Gonzalez. Let's see, and then and also on that point, I mean, it sounds like we did that successfully in the past. We have done that. And that's why we were able to weather COVID because we did have those rainy day funds and we're disciplined. And I want to continue that legacy that we continue to do that because it works, as the mayor said about the COVID time. And then the last thing is, I know with Access Hayward, you know, talking about street vendors, that we make sure Access Hayward has a direct link to the county so that when people are complaining about street vendors, and if it's a health issue, it goes straight to the county. If that's how they know to complain about things locally, and so that they have, you know, they get directly that information.
Thanks, and we will make sure to have a work session to give all of your feedback. And the other thing that has come up, we did a language access assessment recently, and Access Hayward is only in English. It's unlike our website, so that's something we need to look at as well.
Okay, thank you. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, sometimes
I thought it was.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, you know what? I apologize. I'm looking at the wrong list. Syrup and then Jamaica. Is that all right?
Line your list.
Excellent.
And I really appreciate the mayor's comments here. I think there was also a note earlier about being mindful of our referral process too. And I think most effective referrals I've seen in the past year are ones that augment or complement our pre-existing goals. So we had a goal of improving the ridership experience, right? So the bus bench referral helped augment that. We're accelerating that vision through referrals. As we move into this year of strategic planning, I'm hoping, you know, we can culture set around it a little bit. So we understand when we bring referral forward, how is it advancing the predetermined goals that we're discussing today and we'll do in the summer. Also just wanted to ask, you know, these metrics that we're deciding to track, are we going to put these in the dashboard as well?
Yes, so you'll see all the projects for the launch in April and the metrics will be added. We'll get to adopt the plan for it in July.
Okay.
All the metrics will be added. You'll see data for those.
Great, thank you. And then just to piggyback on Councilmember Andrews's comment on economic development, an update on the public bank is that Hayward was invited to participate in the business plans development. So it's a monthly meeting of about an hour to an hour and a half that Director Gonzalez started attending. To demystify the project, why is this important to Hayward? I just want to name 3 things that relate to economic development. 1, affordable housing development. The idea is for the public bank to offer low interest loans to provide that bridge financing. Yes, shovel-ready projects going. 2, empty storefronts. A lot of small businesses can't get the loans they need for tenant improvements. This idea would be to provide low interest loans to help businesses get started. And then 3, services for the underbanked. I think we've talked about that for a long time. The existence of a public bank helps local institutions thrive and provide those services. So it creates that environment where we can see more institutions being able to serve folks that typically or historically haven't had banking services. So that's not currently in here. Maybe that fits under grow the economy. I'm not sure, but I would like for that to be reintroduced somewhere in our strategic roadmap, just because the lift right now is relatively minimal. There's not a large commitment around that.
It's one of like it's been one of on the goal list.
Yeah, it was on the list for this, so we can add it sort of as a continued item for next year, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then I think just to your point about local discounts, I really like that idea. I was thinking about what would we brand it as, like the farm card, like could our teachers, our park district and our city employees have like a farm card where it's a 5% discount at participating restaurants where really there's like this pride and, you know, you can come up with a cooler name than that. I'm just, go farmers. Yeah.
We'll keep it the farm card. Yeah.
Okay, and then,
City card.
and then last note, really appreciate the comms department and the communications. I just want to echo that. I find that those newsletters are very accessible. I would like for us to be very proactive about building our audience. So when we're doing downtown street fairs, are we collecting emails? Do we give out a little Hayward stress H to anybody that gives us their email to sign up for newsletter subscriptions? How do we?
Anyone else?
Yeah, how do we continue to build our?
We need more of those.
Yeah, I just want there to be a clear game plan that we have a large audience, but we should always be striving to grow that to make our communications a lot more effective when we make decisions. So I think those are my comments. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilmember Remigio.
Thanks. We do have a strong union, a strong agency, so I agree with the mayor's comment 100%. Let's see, Access Hayward and working on it a little bit would be good. At least the 3 different languages would be fine. The idea, let's see, March is Hayward's birthday month. So maybe a March event where we could encourage staff to support local businesses, including discounts. And we could consider a downstream street party for employees, for staff. 900 people that we have, I believe, in the Hayward family. And maybe that be the month, one of those days in that month, or we say, let's celebrate Hayward, whatever. So that may be a possibility. We don't have an event in March, well, except Cesar Chavez's birthday, which is the last Saturday. We don't have an event in April or in October, so March will be a good one, and it's our birthday. Thank you.
Councilmember Goldstein.
Yeah, kudos to the communications guy. I love the. It's not me, it's my team. Team really does an outstanding job. I love it that I know where to go for information. I love how your team puts the information together. It's clear, it's concise. I can dig into it as deep as I want to, but I always get the main messaging right up front. I think that's really important. I love hearing that we have 60,000 plus people who are receiving that messaging. I think that's wonderful. Going along with what Councilmember Sirop mentioned about collecting names, their email addresses from folks. I'm just wondering at these events if we maybe can't post a QR code or someone can scan it, push a button and they're on our list. Anything we can do to help that out, I think would be fantastic. I am in favor of a public bank for all the reasons Councilmember Sirop mentioned. I think it's a great instrument to building our business, which of course will help with our tax revenues. It's also just a great way to tell the community that we understand traditional methods may not work for you. We have a different plan. We can get you there. So economic incentives there, I think, work out really well. As to the workforce technology, I noticed that our police department is using a bunch of technologies that I think now are probably 10 or 15 years old. And as a result, it's actually, from my opinion, is seeming to kind of get in the way of their work effectiveness. They're spending anywhere from 3 to 4 hours at the end of every shift writing reports. There are better technologies out there that will basically automate that process and enable them to write reports while they're still in the field. So I would like to see us pursue that. I think in terms of referrals, I don't know if we're currently capturing all of the ideas and then tracking them sometimes. Like I think the idea of the RV safe parking, that was some very logical resistance. And so we decided not to pursue that. But is that being tracked so that as we move down the road and get nearer and closer to having a safe parking initiative in the city, is RV parking still being considered? I'm asking that as a question, Council Manager, sorry, City Manager, can you maybe respond to that?
So we had, in the past, we had a spreadsheet where we tracked council referrals, and I think we got away from that for a bit, but I think we can reinitiate that so that we're keeping track of all of the different referrals and where, and then we're sending it to council periodically so we can start that back up.
Great, very good. And then another idea we talked about as well is budgeting referrals. So there's a bucket of issues that we maybe want to have addressed that for whatever reason they weren't already in our prioritization plan, that we can look at and decide based on that bucket of maybe movable priorities. Maybe we can fit those referrals in our.
I would say that that's the general referral process that exists now incorporates that. So the way that the council referral process, so when council members submit a referral, staff has the ability to write a response memo. And so that would incorporate both budgetary impacts, but also staffing impacts if there are any of the referrals. So I don't know that there's a need to necessarily track budget referrals separately. Yeah, so
I don't, yeah, sorry.
no, because I think that that's all incorporated in the current referral process that the council has.
And
All right.
and we'll have, at that March work session, we'll have done some analysis of what you guys said today. So maybe that starts to create kind of the list that you're thinking of kind of, we're not gonna be able to probably do everything. So what are kind of the next ranked things? Is that kind of what you're?
It does, where I was really aiming at, I don't want us to get distracted in a bunch of referrals. And so as ideas are percolating, how do we park that into the prioritization process?
I think that's, we've been talking internally about creating this more quantitative sort of ranking mechanism. So then there's almost like the council makes trade-off decisions. So when the referral comes forward, we say, okay, this is like a 7 project, and it's going to require you to take a few other, if you really want to move this forward now, you're gonna have to take some things off the plate in terms of different. So I think trying to create something that's a little more quantitative so the council can have a sense of budget impacts, staffing impacts for each of the projects that are moving forward.
Perfect. That's exactly what I was trying to ask for.
Yeah.
That's great.
Great.
Thank you for helping. Thank you for helping me. I appreciate that. Let's see, in terms of strengthening employee engagement, development, and retention, I would really like to see us do more on inclusion. And I think Hayward generally just does a really good job just embracing our diversity. But I have noticed there were opportunities for us to learn about a little bit deeper understanding about somebody else's culture. I myself have had some microaggressions about my history, maybe because people don't understand or they make assumptions about me and my Jewish heritage. And honestly, if I ever get offended, I'm quick to speak up about it and resolve it. Bless you. But I suspect that there are a lot of other people in our community that aren't as bold as I am, and they might feel marginalized by those experiences. And so I just think from a workspace inclusion effort to find ways to increase knowledge about each other's backgrounds. And so
I'm not sure if Josephine's still on the phone, but Regina, maybe you could talk a little bit about what, how that is incorporated into the work that the GARE cohort does.
Yes, a lot of that is incorporated into work that the GARE cohort does. So we are exploring an RFP to do training for all employees that would include racial bias training, other implicit bias training, and just general instruction around diversity and inclusion. So I think that would be addressing the concerns we have. So we have that GARE program right now that becomes about 29 active employees. And our goal is to grow that number as well as build a common language with all of our employees in the organization so that they understand the nuances and differences around what microaggressions are, what implicit bias is, and how different cultures, gender identities exist in this space, and how all individuals can have a sense of inclusion and belonging.
I think that will definitely make us a stronger organization and a healthier one. So I appreciate that. I use Access Hayward quite a bit, and I like the features on it. I see some room for improvement. So I'm glad that we're going to pursue updating that. I hope to be, perhaps give you some feedback into that because I have some ideas about it. And one thing that it seems to occur to me, there's in the Huntwood business area, about 6 or 8 times this past year, there were 4 locations that had stuff I needed to report. They were cleaned up right away. But it just kind of occurred to me that maybe if there were a mechanism inside of Access Hayward that basically says, look, this guy Goldstein keeps reporting these same locations, maybe we can beat him to the punch and send a truck out there so he doesn't have to. So maybe just building in some kind of a metric system into that, I think would be fantastic. Love the idea of showing which projects around town are producing cost savings. I think maybe Access Hayward might actually be one of those things that we can highlight for people. Putting that into multiple languages and making sure through other communications that people know about Access Hayward, I think will get people using it. Reporting non-emergencies, I think, a great way for people to express their opinion through Access Hayward might be an important element for us. I don't think we currently support an anonymous tip line, or if we do, I don't know if it's in multiple languages, but for people who prefer to access it by phone, and I'm thinking primarily, the younger crowd who is already very accustomed to using their school issued tablet or their internet access at home or somebody else's phone. This might be a great way to get them to participate with us in making our city even better. And downtown street party for city employees, I think we do a great job of celebrating achievement internally. I think we do a great job of, celebrating birthdays and doing that stuff. But, honestly, having a downtown street party for employees, I'm for it. I think, show them the love because, our employees do an absolutely fantastic job. We would not be the successful city council that we are if we did not have such excellent staff. So I'm in favor of that. Thank you. Don't find me.
Councilmember Bonilla.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with the comments of my colleagues and their praise of how excellent city staff is and the whole city institution. A couple of comments on this section. I'll be brief, but on what related to objective 3, strengthening employee engagement, development, and retention. Love the title. I don't think the metrics align with the title. So, if we're talking about, engagement, development, and retention, I know every year the city does an employee satisfaction survey. What about that going there, as a metric? What, not just new employees, but what is the satisfaction of all employees in the city and, setting a metric to improve that? Perhaps also in this category, we can actually have a goal around retention or a percentage of, what that looks like. And then I was thinking about, is there an opportunity for a metric around, promoting from within or something around cultivating internal talent? But, I really see this goal around, exactly what the mayor said. We have a great team. How do we continue to cultivate that team, keep them engaged? How do we make sure that they don't, leave? The competition is, it's growing out there for, municipal workers. So, making sure that we're doing all we can to retain our employees and that they're satisfied, I think is good. Right now, objective 4. 2 things here. The first thing I think about when I think about optimizing technology, I think about rationalizing technology, eliminating technology, gaining savings from technology, rationalization or optimization. So, instead of not only 100%, but maybe this can also be tied to our savings goal. We rationalize all the technology we have in the city looking to achieve a 10% cost savings because we're optimizing, reducing duplication stream or whatever, right? And then the other thing is, and Councilmember Goldstein made me think of this as I was thinking about technology. AI is here. And it's making huge changes in every part of society. So to see the city come up with a plan to harness AI, to deal with AI, to integrate AI, to make the lives of everyone easier because we're using AI and machine learning and things like that, I think should be something that we're intentional about as we look at our organizational health, how we're leveraging, in particular, AI technology in the future. And those are my comments for this section.
I just wanted to make one clarification that the employee engagement survey is done every other year at present, not every year.
Yep, but I think you sort of get my gist here is we need to figure out if this is around employee engagement, how satisfied are employees and what are we doing to increase their satisfaction? Because happier employees produce happier results, happier services, more service oriented customers, or you know what I mean? We all take care of each other, which means we need to take care of our employees. Great, thank you.
Councilmember Roach, she said only a little bit.
Well, everything I wanted, I thought.
She did this.
Can she be fine?
It's just so robust. I just appreciate it all because it triggers, thoughts I had. And one thing around the area of customer service and Marie's comments about technology and streamlining things. I wanted, since Director Busser is here, I wanted to ask her, I know we did a lot during COVID for you to streamline that department. And I wanted to ask you, how is that helping you as far as staff time savings and what things were you able to continue? Because I know we had some discussion about it really helped you get things online that weren't before. So I'm just wondering how that's going.
If you can be clear, I want to make sure that I understand what I'm answering.
No, in development with people trying to access, plans
With our
permits.
EnerGov,
Yeah,
that implementation, so our e-permits portal, I think that's helped quite a bit. We were able to, there's a learning curve, quite obviously. I think that there's still challenges, I would say, with it, but it has streamlined the process quite a bit. There's some additional challenges we're having right now that we're working through in order to allow both our EnerGov e-permits portal talk better with our other software system that has all of our financials in it. And so some of that is going to be happening over the next several months. And our hope is that is going to allow for even more streamlining. Some of the challenges that we've had are that some of our very simple permits that ideally you should be able to apply for very simple permits over the counter, have them be reviewed and issued right there from your couch. But there's been some technical challenges with being able to have that happen in that sort of streamlined way. Same thing with solar, there's the solar act requirements. And so there's some things that aren't quite working as perfectly as we would like, but I would say that, over the next several months, as we engage in these additional improvements, I think that we're going to get to that point, and that's going to just make it that much easier. I think that it's coupled with other challenges that we've had with other, loss of some staff and having some vacancies and trying to make up for that. But as far as working with the public and streamlining that process, I think it's really helped quite a bit. And I think that the feedback I've gotten from staff throughout the organization that are engaged in that system is that they really like it. And we've heard great feedback from the public about the e-permits portal and how much they like it. So my hope is that it was a success and it was money well worth spending to sort of make those improvements, but there's always room for additional improvements. And so we're always looking for ways to even further streamline and make the process that much simpler and less cumbersome for our community.
Thanks. Yeah, I guess it's always the balance, is the technology actually saving us staff time? And it sounds like the jury's slightly still out, but your hope is that in the long run it will be, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's awesome.
Okay, that wasn't that.
And it was, okay. It was quick, but I needed an actual answer and she gave it to me, so thank you.
And I resent being the only person at the table who's been fined.
Well, I'm no part of Rotary.
Councilmember Syra just motioned, he promises that it's going to be.
I'm gonna try. I just wanted to respond to some of Ray's comments. As liaison to the Personnel Commission, there's a really large interest in the resident perspective on how our city is being run as an organization. And I think part of the shift in its purpose, we had a retreat recently and Director Fry was great at helping facilitate this conversation, is folks are interested not just in the diversity of candidates that we're hiring, but how many stay with the organization for a long time too. Are we reaching our equity goals and are we, successful in our DEI initiatives, or are we losing folks of color within our ranks in a short amount of time? So I'm really excited for that information to be surfaced, not just for us as the council, but also for the residents to see the kind of work that we're doing internally. So yeah, just wanted to flag that that information is going to be generated there, hopefully in the long run.
Actually, that was that.
Okay.
Okay,
Thanks.
Okay, so we got 5 minutes.
And it's a perfect segue, but
Yeah.
I'm sure I'm gonna let the city manager handle how you want to handle this story.
Yeah, I don't want, I know this could be a very lengthy, robust discussion. What we wanted to do here was really trying to get feedback from the council on how you see different boards and commissions supporting the council's priority areas. We've got some feedback on the slides about the survey. Two options. One, we could just do like a round robin. Each council member could do like a 2-minute speed round on some initial feedback. You could, I hesitate to say this, but like go back and then write an email with feedback, or we could come back and structure a conversation in a different way. So I will leave that to the mayor. What is the preference of the group? 2-minute round robin?
Okay. How about 1 minute?
1 minute round robin. Yep.
And I'm gonna start either to my right or to my left. How about, okay. Whatever you want to do, all right.
My feedback is on page 36, slide 72. That included some of my comments here, and I think those were excellent.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Next.
I think the comments I had, I don't remember, was.
Next.
No, wait.
Okay.
I think a comment about maybe considering the people's budget as part of community services. I would like to have that discussion going forward as Keep Thornwood Clean and Green, taking on some of the tree stuff, which it sounds like that's already happening. I think that was all I said there on that one. So
Perfect.
yeah.
Thank you. Next.
Just looking at this feedback, I do think that this warrants a broader discussion, because I think that the community, what I see right there, the Community Services Commission, again, this is up for discussion, but I think it's way too broad to have all of those things listed there under them. And then when we start to see overlap with multiple commissions dealing with the same topic, which sliver are they getting to make sure that there's not overlap? Because I am concerned about these commissions weighing in on things that are outside of their purview. And then when we provide feedback that says, well, there's overlapping purviews, that's where we can start to see people, weighing in on things they shouldn't be, or perhaps they're confused about what they should be weighing in on. So honestly, I don't have much to say here besides this needs a lot more discussion.
Yeah. So I agree. And as you were talking, because I look at this again, for the Community Services Commission, and for all intent and purposes, let's just be real on why we're even talking about this right now. It's because of Community Services Commission. So let's just sort of be honest with that. It's not the Keep Hayward Clean and Green Task Force. The Personnel Commission, Councilmember Syra does a great job on there. I think they had a retreat. I mean, clearly they are defining themselves and they are sort of coming together and rallying around some principles. I think perhaps if we, in the Youth Commission, I mean, you have 3 agencies that are advising this one commission. So I think, we're pretty good there. I think what we ought to do is, in addition to the 1 minute, I know I'm taking longer, but is perhaps do an email to the city manager, but it's, we really have to figure out the scope and for the Community Services Commission, because there is commission creep, and they're taking on roles that that clearly we're talking about, good, bad, and/or otherwise. And so we just, we really need to figure out what their scope is and what their relationship is to the rest of the city, because I'll say it has gotten awry. It has gone awry, and we really need to reel this back in, because we can do more. We can do more, better, efficacious work with them, and I think that's what we're trying to get.
And we can, I know there's some, I think staff has also some feedback on the Keep Hayward Clean and Green Task Force.
Yeah.
So maybe we can structure sort of an email/survey to kind of, with some more targeted questions, specifically around Community Services Commission, if that's the one that you all feel like there's the concern about. And then also just with some of the recommendations on the Keep Hayward Clean and Green Task Force.
And then go ahead, real quick.
Okay, and then, as we talk about this, I also, I like the high level of discussion, but I also want to see these self-written charters or mission statements. And then I want us to figure out what is the process to make sure that we have oversight of when those change.
So I think that's the work session that's planned in a
Okay.
few weeks. The goal is we will have actually all of those, the sort of self-written bylaws, self-written
Yes,
charters
thank you.
attached to this work session report. I know the city attorney has expressed some concerns about commissions writing their own bylaws. So we kind of want to just, before we do the board and commission recruitment this spring, get to the council. And so that's what that work session is intended to be, so the council can review all of that and say, yay, nay, this is our guidance as the city council who appoints these boards and commissions. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Concur with the mayor and Councilmember Bonia's comments on CSC. We have literally restructured our committees based off of some of what's happening at CSC. So I want to see what's actually happening there and making sure that focus, yes, there can be letters of support, there can be comments. Focus is also giving out money to agencies that need it. So I just want to say that. And then Keep Everything Green, they actually have taken a lot of the recommendations I left when I was chair, and they actually implemented them. So I'm very excited about that. But also want to make sure that they stay focused on what they're supposed to be doing. There is some scope creep a little bit. They're not causing too much scope there, but they I think there might be some overlap with wanting to be part of a sustainability initiative and figuring out how do we do public art, but that can also be economic development. So I do think we need to figure out how do we incorporate these new initiatives with keeping them in mind. And then the last thing I would like to say is library commission. I know there's a lot of activity happening on that commission as well. So I want to make sure they stay focused, but also figuring out how can commission support in vibrant neighborhoods as well. I would love to see more little libraries, things that can actually enhance a neighborhood through that commission as well. Thanks.
Perfect.
As the CSC council liaison, I am wholly in favor of writing a scope. Yes, you'll keep my conversation to a minimum. And honestly, they come to the task with a good heart, right? And just kind of went off the rails. And prior to my arrival, they just really weren't getting the instruction on what their real goals and purposes were. But you should know they came to the table with a heart for the community. So I'm in full support of making that scope clear. And also you should know that the majority of the people that are on the CSE are absolutely fully cognizant that some others went off the rail and maybe kind of went along for the ride, but they are aware that it went off the rail. So I think once we scope this, I think we're going to be in really good shape.
Thank you. Councilor Star.
Great, thanks. I think scoping is always good. I do want to say that I wasn't a fan of trying to match each commission to one of the strategic goals. I just felt like we were trying to put a square peg in a circle hole. What is the work that we need a commission to do should be what we wrap the commission around. But point taken. I do want to acknowledge the CSC just went through the application and interview process. They have done their poor job over the past month. So I want to acknowledge that. For doing that instead of, point is taken. I also want to call out that the Library Commission, I feel like, has been searching for a purpose and a mission as well. And how do we get that commission to apply value to our community is a question I have in mind. Maybe it is combining it with Community Services Commission. I don't know. Like, maybe is that throwing it out there? And then, I would be curious. I mean, I'm not closed off to the idea of people's budget being discussed in the Community Services Commission, but it really is about being neighborhood and resident led. And if our commission isn't reflective of every neighborhood, I worry about our ability to implement it. And either way, I do want to highlight the comment, wish they had more money to give out. If we were to incorporate it into the CSC, how do we increase our services funding? And even if we don't put the people's budget into it, how do we increase our services funding? That's just something I'd like for us to explore. Those are my comments.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yeah.
go to the last slide and make some concluding comments.
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. Let's
say.
I was gonna say jump 2 slides. Because we don't need that. We don't need that slide. That slide. Let's get to the other slide.
First, I just want to say thank you to the council and the mayor. Incredibly beneficial, thoughtful conversation today. Incredibly beneficial, I think, to all the staff who've been listening in. I want to particularly thank Mary Thomas for her sort of work with me. So I acknowledge Zach and Irene, Zach Ibadi and Irene Perez in the back for their help. I know they've been supporting Mary, and then obviously Chris Bondock, who did all of and so just quickly as recap, March, we'll come back with another work session on the sort of staff analysis and the prioritization exercise. April, we'll do a third work session, which will basically be the final draft of the roadmap and the review of the dashboard, budget retreat, and then in June, adoption of both the budget and strategic roadmap. So just on behalf of all the staff team that has been working on this, and I just want to thank the council for being so supportive and thoughtful in this work. So appreciate it.
Thank you, staff. Thank you, and thank you for the output and the staff. Meeting adjourned.
Like in my.
You can always just my charger.
And that's all.
I think it's having a.
I used it, and my last name was the last.
Are you going out? Oh, my God.
I'll get for you.
I'm gonna